Hey guys, how are you going? I was actually reviewing a rec off stream just before, but we probably should close that up. Hope you guys are all doing fantastic. I am super excited for tonight's games. ACCM and Kasva are going to be battling out in a 9-game series. Mayans first up, absolutely respect the banning of the Mayans. Really strong civ. I wouldn't be surprised to see Kasva either banning some like Chinese, maybe some Aztecs, maybe Britons even. Because all those civs are especially strong. And you do have to remember that there are 2 Empire Wars games in this series. How are you doing today, Philbert Johnson, by the way? So the 2 Empire Wars games will be games number... I believe it's 3 and 8 or 4 and 8. I probably should have double checked that. Bohemians! Oh my god, Kasva's probably had enough of Bohemians. I didn't expect to see any new civs today, honestly. But Bohemian's getting banned out. I don't expect to see Poles. I think Poles are pretty bad most of the time. I'm actually a little bit shocked Kasva going for Cumans straight away. Maybe he's really rating the Cumans at the moment. Especially when Chinese and Britons are open, and even Vikings, which are arguably some of the absolute strongest civs, especially for RM and Empire Wars. Kasva also getting the Aztecs, another solid civ. I do think ACCM going for the Chinese and Vikings are more classically strong picks. There'll be it's almost like Kasva is going for the, well, not so much Aztecs, but with Cumans some kind of new power civs. We'll see what he goes for next. I'd love to see one of the players opting for Lithuanians. I think on this map pool they're pretty strong. Kasva even going for Spanish? Thank you so much, bro. We actually did a troll match and a show match against each other a couple of times, so it's been really fun. But I would love to play against Helly again in another set at some point. How are you doing today? ACCM picking out the Magyars and the Italians. Magyars possibly either for Serengeti or for the 2 Empire Wars games. Italians are pretty solid on water maps. I'm guessing that'll be the islands pick. Kasva going for Frank, so rather heavy on the cavalry so far, as well with Aztecs, which is more of an eagle civ than the archer civs. So I think Kasva's kind of hoping to overwhelm with sort of more cavalry-oriented strats. I have seen him do quite a few of these on his stream recently. And even picking the Portuguese, that's probably the island civ for Kasva. Honestly, if I were either of these players, I would consider sniping the island civs because both of them only have one good island. So I guess Vikings is also pretty decent. But with Empire Wars games in the show match, I would reserve Vikings for Empire Wars. ACCM going for Bulgarians. Interesting. I think Bulgarians must be another Empire Wars civ. So I'm guessing ACCM going Vikings and Bulgarians in his 2 Empire Wars games. Kasva will be going Humans in one of them. And I don't know if we've seen his second pick for an Empire Wars game just yet. Celts? That's so left field. I would not have expected Celts. I'm trying to think where I would pick Celts if I was Kasva. I have nothing for that. Maybe not Nomad, surely. Maybe it's like an Empire Wars Socotra? Regicide Fortress? Is that a thing? Celts? I don't think so. Going for Huns are more classically strong in that one. I just love how Kasva's civ draft so far is Cav, Eagles, Cav, Water Civ, Celts, which is just like, what the hell, and then Huns. ACCM going for the Burgundians, and ACCM sniping out the Humans. In my opinion, one of the strongest civs he has available. I think Kasva either snipes Vikings or possibly Italians, and then forces out ACCM to go for a weaker water civ, depending on how he wants to play the draft. Taking out the Mongols. I mean, Mongols is a very good Serengeti civ, and they're decent on Arena, decent on other maps as well. I'm not sure if I would have banned them over Vikings though, because Vikings are a shoo-in for Empire Wars, Italians are shoo-in for water maps. A little bit surprised that Burgundians being picked though, most likely for Arena. Hey Exorcist, how you doing today? Kasva going for the Saracens, love to see it. Don't know where exactly where they might go, but they're probably for one of the Empire Wars games. Ethiopians, okay. I think ACCM has 3 really solid picks for Empire Wars. Actually, honestly, he has 4 really solid picks for Empire Wars. I don't really see the player with a strong Nomad civ just yet. Maybe Saracens is the Nomad pick? Spanish, no, Spanish must be for Kasva. ACCM, maybe Bulgarians? Empire Wars Socotra is one of my favorite parts about this, honestly. It's so messy. Oh, yeah, and also very little Mezzo picked by the civs. I mean, obviously ACCM banning at the Mayans and Kasva picking Aztecs, but no Incas. Incas do feel kind of meh though in most situations. Kasva going for the Koreans for his final pick. Kasva definitely has some good civs here, as well as I see him going for the Berbers. I'm just gonna fast forward to live, hopefully we don't miss anything too important. But we have ACCM playing as the Vikings in this back pocket, Kasva playing as the Franks. And holy shit, what a hill in front of his base. Even the boar on the hill might be a little bit awkward to take, although these are pros, they should be absolutely fine taking a boar from a hill. Nice back deer. The stone and gold positions for Kasva though are absolutely awful. The third gold, really far away. The main gold and the secondary gold also super hard to get to. This one, at least to the left, is a little bit more defensible. And the berries are somewhat defensible as well. So I don't think it's going to be the worst time in the world to defend this base. But it is certainly not good. Hey Pro, thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate it. And then ACCM though, having all of his golds and stones also really far forward. So at least both players kind of equally screwed by the map gen. I would think that Kasva's base is worse though because he has 2 nasty hills. Whereas at least for ACCM, this gold it's near a hill, but it's not a nasty hill per se. And the main gold is near a rather ugly hill, but it's not as close to his base. And the 2 stones you can at least kind of take it a little bit more easily. And even having some backberries to help out a little bit. Exorcist reckons an ACCM 9-0. I hope that doesn't happen. That would be very unfortunate to lose 9-0. I think Kasva is a lot more solid than that. I'm expecting 5-4 to ACCM from this show match. And you got flashbacks, oh boy. Yeah, it's not good, we'll put it that way. So ACCM just pushing his deer in, whereas Kasva kind of wants to scout what his opponent is up to and what his opponent's map is like. I think as Franks here, you want to try and confirm if the Viking player is opening men-at-arms archers, because obviously they can do drush archers. I don't think there's ever a time that you'd want to do scouts in this matchup as Vikings. And for that matter, I don't think there's ever a time you'd really want to do pure archer's spear opening if you see the map that Kasva has. Let's have a look and see how much ACCM has actually scouted here. So he at least sees the main resources. And let's have a look at Kasva's. Thank you for the follow, Dodong. Kasva's scouting also pretty solid here. You can see that he's at least trying to find his opponent. And might end up walking towards that TC. And ACCM actually going for some rather early walls here. I think as the Viking player here, you do want to have some level of walls up. It's just really hard to secure these golds with any sort of walling, which is where I kind of like being in the Franks position, going to be opening scouts most likely. ACCM a little bit later onto these berries due to having pushed all those deer. So his eco is going to be absolutely solid, remembering that Vikings do get the free wheelbarrow. And when you're playing against Vikings, you always feel pressured to do damage. It's worse in Empire Wars, but even in RM, it's still a very solid bonus. So something I have seen that's quite interesting for a lot of people playing Franks is instead of opening just scouts, they sometimes do like a drush, either into archers or scouts, depending on what their opponent's base is like. And they utilize the free horse color upgrade so they can get some really strong economy going, and then they upgrade the archers into crossbows in Castle Age if they have made something feudal, and then they go crossbow knight for a really aggressive early Castle Age. I think that could be very interesting for Kasva here, because I think one of the risks you can run into as Franks is going scouts into knights, not really making enough counter military to deal with spear archer. ACCM gonna be going for his barracks now, indicating it's definitely a men-at-arms build. Kasva going for loom now, indicating it's definitely gonna be a scouts build. ACCM though getting a little bit of damage on Kasva's scout for free there. There's a bit of a hill there. 35 to 35, 32. Oh, and Kasva's now pulling ahead slightly. The thing is though, do you really want to be trading your Frank scout HP here? I don't necessarily agree with this. Unless, and Kasva even taking one additional hit there. So honestly, not good for Kasva there. I think if you're any other civ, or if you're not going scouts, it might have been worth it. But in my humble opinion, I wouldn't have wanted to take that trade. So far, only 6 seconds of battle TC for ACCM. A single second for Kasva. You hate New Arabia? Yeah, it can be really rough. The good news here for ACCM though is that he can confirm his opponent is most likely going to be opening with scouts. Let's have a look and see what Kasva saw. He did see the barracks going down, so he can get pretty much guarantee the opponent is going men-at-arms into archers. I think the danger here for Kasva is that because his right-hand side of his map is so terrible, he might end up losing a lot of this side of the map if he doesn't get at least some level of walls going. Kasva looking like he wants to push a deer with that weak scout. The only problem here I can see for Kasva is that he doesn't get to track the militia on their way in, so he can't see where they're going to hit first. Although I think if you're Kasva, you do assume they're going to be hitting these berries pretty early. Even though Kasva did get that scout from ACCM, I would still consider adding a spear here, just so you have a little bit extra military when these militia are attacking. I find it really useful to have the spear in the mix, and ACCM already going to be adding a spear after the event arms upgrade. This is huge to try and get some early pressure off. And Kasva not walling in these villages just yet, realizing he's going to need to do some quick walls, and he quick walls this area. Oh, he was going for the trap. Can you imagine if he'd got that going? Men-at-arms coming in now, and Men-at-arms is going to be attacking that house. Kasva might need to garrison the TC, gets a nice volley off on those militia. Men-at-arms, so far really good defense from Kasva. I think the idea here for Kasva is going to be that he wants to send the scouts forward where possible. And is Kasva going to try and get this trap going now? I thought he was going to delete the house. Oh, he's got a villager coming. It's going to make him into a zoo, and that will cut off the spear, so it means it'll be much easier to then clean up these men-at-arms. Huge play from Kasva, making these men-at-arms into a zoo exhibit on game 1. ACCM at home, they're already having that range down, and archers coming forward, and 3 spearmen on the field. So, definitely ready to defend here is... definitely ready to attack, sorry, is ACCM. And that one villager propping up the gates. Now, this is one of those problems of using palisade gates in these situations, is that they do go down very quickly. Thank you for the follow, Husky. I appreciate it. Hey, Philip. It's going good so far. How are you doing? Kasva actually adding an archer first. Maybe not expecting the archers from ACCM to already be coming forward. Scouts coming forward for Kasva, but they are now going to be trapped in. And it's going to be really tricky for Kasva to hold these men-at-arms in here much longer with the 2 archers, 2 spearmen, 3 men-at-arms, and the kitchen sink being thrown at him. Scouts, though, in the back of ACCM space get at least 1 villager pick there. And looks like they might even get a second if Kasva has good micro. Maybe even a third. ACCM having to react in too many areas right now. Skirm coming out on the front. To help with that, and the spearmen scaring away those 2 scouts, but good damage so far for Kasva, and ACCM losing an archer and most of a spear to DTC fire there. Build count 1 in favor of Kasva, but we do have to remember that ACCM has that free wheelbarrow. So even with the 2 villager picks, ACCM still in an okay position. Renee! I hope you had a great stream, Renee. How are you doing today? Thanks so much for the raid, and thanks for doing the shout out there, Zab. Hey Zab, how are you? And Flygon! ACCM will shake the castle, you reckon? Thanks so much for the bits, Flygon.
ACCM will shake the Kasva.
I hope you had a fantastic stream, Renee. Skirm's gonna be chasing down the spear. Archer out here gonna be dealing with the men-at-arms. Now this is where this hill can become quite difficult for Kasva, in my opinion. If he loses control of this hill, he very much loses control of the gold. And then it's also very exposed on this left-hand side for this gold as well. And long term, you don't want to be making archers as the Franks here. Also worth noting here is that ACCM, despite being on the men-at-arms archer build, has the much better food economy here. You can see 10 farms already down and 4 still in those berries. So far 10 farms down for Kasva, but this berries have been very idle for quite a bit of this game so far. Lyrics are rock the Kasva, not shake. Oh boy. You're playing Pokemon today, Renee. Love it. And the men-at-arms finally get free from their captivity. Horsecollar now coming in for ACCM, maybe indicating he wants to stay in feudal for a little bit longer, even going for the watchtower. I think this is necessary with how he's had to wall his base, with how his map layout is. You lose access to this gold, you're completely dead as ACCM. There's not really any other unit you can make as Vikings that are gonna be that great other than archers in this matchup. Kasva adding a few more archers to the mix. And just gonna be holding onto this hill for the moment. Kind of would have liked to see him sending forward. Maybe just a couple of even skirms, just to kind of be annoying with them. And at least kind of see what's happening in ACCM's base. But I do like that he's not adding any additional scouts. Got plenty of farms going down now. And that free horse collar definitely helping out a little bit. Whereas ACCM had to get horse collar to match it. So far, build difference 3 in favor of Kasva, but wheelbarrow in for ACCM, so pretty much even at the minute. But I don't know, right about how old school Pokemon is way better. I can respect that. At Kasva, even taking those deer at the back of his base, definitely gonna be nice. And ACCM, rather surprisingly, holding on to those 2 men-at-arms, even at this point. Now, the one risk of sending your archers and your skirms forward at this point is that you don't have any military to defend your gold spots here as Kasva. So I do think you have to be a little bit wary. And I would have probably kept 1 or 2 at home. And ACCM, oh my goodness if I can speak, is on the way to Castle Age. Kasva shouldn't be too far off, but we'll have to make these next 2 villages before he can click up. And then obviously as Vikings, the game plan here is going to be crossbow, probably pikeman, depending on Kasva's uptime. Kasva might bring that villager away as he realizes in a bit of a dangerous spot. And Kasva is looking for any value he can get out of these 4 archers. ACCM still hasn't added a second range. That's making me think he wants to go for more of a defensive boom, but he doesn't have stone. So I'm a little bit confused as to what he's going for. Usually if you see 1 range, even still at this point, in my opinion, that usually indicates that they want to go for a defensive boom. Maybe we'll see that second range being added very soon. But Kasva getting +1 defense, gold mining in, and will only be 1 minute behind, but with this risky gold, 1 minute behind against crossbow can be very dangerous. I think Kasva almost might be forced into an early siege workshop. And with only 8 on wood, I don't know how well that goes for him. I do love the way he's going to ward to his TC over here. Even though his gold is completely exposed, he doesn't really have much of an option to secure it. Long term, I think a TC on this secondary gold is going to be necessary though. Okay, and the archers soon to be crossbowmen with Bodkin coming forward. Kasva just being annoying over here, but ACCM not even remotely caring about those 4 archers. I almost think Kasva needed to drop a tower here as soon as he saw ACCM was up first, because he's gonna have crossbows still on that area. The good news for Kasva though is he's got quite a bit of gold floating, so he'll be able to get +2 defense very easily. with like 4 or 5 knights, and that should clean this all up. But ACCM actually going for a stable, completely missed that. And that can be really nice to get a little bit of extra army out, especially with that Viking economy. How many vills will Kasva lose? Oh, that villager barely making it out alive. Kasva trying to micro that one away as well, but does keep her alive as well. That villager looking really tasty, but Kasva, amazing defense. Managed to keep every single one of those villagers alive. Now, the one problem for Kasva is that ACCM does have this knight joining the party, which can be a little bit rough. Hey, Den! Thanks so much for the raid, and welcome to everyone from Den's stream. I am Shadow, and I'm hosting a 9-game show match between ACCM and Kasva. This is game 1, so you've joined at a good time. Hey, Master Macintosh, Exit, Viva, and possibly Sean. And Kasva on the 3 stable knights at the minute. And with a +2 defense, even adding a TC on the bottom of this hill, it is a little bit rough. But with Forging and Husbandry coming in, it does go to show just how strong the Frank economy is. How are you doing today, Den? How did the stream go? And thanks everyone for the follows. Good micro hit from ACCM, keeping the knights guessing. But with +2 defense in and Forging and Husbandry coming in, I think Kasva will quite easily clean up ACCM's initial numbers. And the archer from Kasva actually gets in. I think he even got a villager pick whilst all that was happening. ACCM now adding his 2nd TC, and Kasva adding his 3rd TC. And with the map control that Kasva has, I love this addition of the 2 TCs. Now, the risk here is that these 2 knights that ACCM has might just die at the back of Kasva's eco. And Kasva doesn't have a TC on wood, so it might be a little bit tricky here. And look, exactly as I said, that ACCM are gonna be trying to dive into that area, and the villager's gonna wall it out! Absolutely amazing play by Kasva to minimize any damage that knight could do. And see, this is the difference. Franks have Husbandry. Oh, nice quick pull from ACCM though as well. And obviously the Frank knight's gonna be much stronger than these Viking knights. ACCM actually has quite a few spears. He's making more. He's getting pikemen, so he is ready to do pikeman defense. I wonder if pikemen alone are gonna do it. I kind of think that you might need a couple of monks as well as ACCM, and definitely more crossbowmen in defense. That being said, with the 2 TCs in the tower, it is a little bit tricky for knights to find huge amounts of damage, as long as this area is walled out a little bit. Good night, Renee. Hope you have a great sleep. Pints tonight's a great stuff. Oh, I hope you enjoy your pints tonight. And as I say, I think ACCM should be adding monks as well. He's already added a monastery. I think you need to delete. Okay, it looks like it dies to the tower either way. And honestly, if I'm Kasva here, I think forward siege is a play. Vikings don't get redemption. I feel like knight siege composition here could be really strong, especially with ACCM not really adding any additional knights to the mix or crossbowmen. The ACCM don't like it. Rockin' the
ACCM don't like it.
I'm guessing that's a song. I don't know what that song is though. Apologies. But thank you for the bits, Flygon. And Kasva adding 2 villages for a forward siege workshop. I think that's brilliant, honestly. I don't know if I like it being so far back, but maybe Kasva doesn't think he has the map control to get it any further forwards. Rock the Kasva, really? Guys, I am terrible with songs. Like, you will find there are so many ones that I don't know. ACCM with 5 on stone, adding his 3rd town center now. Kasva with 7 on stone, so maybe indicating that he wants to go for that cheap Frank castle drop. Both players with a couple of monks in the mix, and scorpions being added for Kasva. I think 2 scorpions has more value than 1 mangonel. But I do think 1 mangonel will need to be added pretty soon as well, so you can start getting this pressure going. You had to Google the lyrics? Love it. So 2 scorpions and 14 knights. I think Kasva is pretty comfortable to try start going forward. Does he get any conversions? Doesn't look like any conversions being gotten for ACCM. That's a lot of monks, especially for a civ that doesn't really have good monks. but maybe expecting Kasva to go for a bit more of an all-in play here. And I think it's better to be safe than sorry, but ACCM with enough gold to click up if he wanted to. And the farming economy is not terrible, especially considering that these are hand-cart farmers, thanks to that Viking bonus. Kasva could probably do with a couple more villagers on food, especially as he's trying to produce from 2 stables and 3 town centers. But hopefully we'll be seeing these scorpions coming forward soon, because otherwise ACCM will be on the way to getting a castle up. But Kasva only about 100 stone from being able to drop that Frankish castle. ACCM actually adding a few more knights. But with Kasva already having some monks in the field, I don't think those knights are going to get that much value. They could do with double bit. Yeah, I could definitely do with bowsaw. I definitely think there was a time here where bowsaw was necessary. But double bit would be a solid special. Let's see how many conversions are we gonna get. No conversions just yet. Okay, it looks like 2 conversions just come in. 2 conversions gonna be coming in for Kasva. The pikemen getting absolutely decimated by those scorpion shots. And the thing is that knights absolutely shred pikemen to some level. I think this might be GG. ACCM going to be adding more barracks. He realizes he needs something to deal with these knights. I think it's too late. And the next monk getting sniped as well. Knight's going to be diving into ACCM's eco. Doesn't even need to protect this castle going up anymore. He's already done just enough. I think Kasva needs to get +2 attack in at some point soon as well. But I don't really see a way back for ACCM if this Knight Raid does too much more damage. All of these villagers idle inside their town centers. Knights shredding the pikemen. The TC and the Tablet are getting quite a bit of damage on those knights due to having Bodkin in already. And honestly, if I'm Kasva here, I notice these villagers taking stone, I station a Scorpion on there as well to make it even more tricky. ACCM losing more villagers at the back. Surprisingly though, the villager count is actually only 2 in favor of Kasva in spite of the 15 to 4 eco KD. But it's just all the idle economy here. You can see an hour and 5 minutes of idle economy for ACCM versus 40 minutes for Kasva. Lots of monks though here for ACCM. I think I honestly delete the knights. Otherwise, yeah, at risk giving a few too many away, but that knight still getting value over here. These knights still taking down that barracks. Manga now on the field as well, and now ACCM has enough stone for a castle, but where do you place it? I think ideally you would have wanted it over here, and he's even cleaning up the monks with those remaining crossbowmen. And Kasva maybe dove a little bit too deep, doesn't have many knights, doesn't have any knights in the queue, but I think the play here for Kasva is Imp, then 10 on the production again, and Kasva trying to get the castle denied there, very close. If he timed it any better, I think he would have got it. Looks like Kasva just happy to take a couple more villagers out. And with a 15 villager lead, Kasva about to click up to the Imperial Age. What a game 1. I'm loving Kasva's comp game. It's a bit of everything. It's fantastic. And Kasva even converting the crossbowman there. I love that he was initially converting the pikeman, realized that the crossbow has more value, because you need so much mass here. And Kasva even going for the defensive castle at home to protect against raids. I think Kasva's plan is absolutely beastly. Adding a few throwing X-Men maybe to deal with the pikes. I think this might indicate Kasva wanting to go for double gold composition. Rather than adding the crappy Frank skirmishers. I do have to wonder though, is this the safe play or is this a little bit more risky? Because when you do double gold composition, you do have to be the one doing lots of damage, otherwise you're going to be up too late. So far, Kasva with 1 relic in, and ACCM, no! Maybe doesn't care too much? That's why he's diving here, taking huge losses on the crossbows. I think Kasva even targeting the crossbows, so he's not too worried about the pikemen. And Kasva already quick walling that. Is that a hole? No, there's a tree there. So Kasva already walling that with a house. There is one area of a palisade, so it's a little bit tricky to do damage here. But ACCM gonna be trying to dive through these walls. He knows he needs to do some economy damage. With Kasva gonna be up 2 minutes before ACCM is even up. But the Night Raid's actually getting quite a bit of value here for ACCM. Idling all those stone villagers and score surprisingly close when you consider there's a 13 villager lead for Kasva and a 27 to 5 eco KD in favor of Kasva. I think part of that is due to just how strong the Viking economy is. I don't like this castle from ACCM. I think that it's too risky, even if it does go up, which I think it will. Because it's forward, it's very hard to defend this for ACCM. And because there's 2 castles in defense for Kasva, easily can produce trebs from both of those castles and this forward castle and just start taking down all the trebs. And you can't dive castles with just pikemen and crossbows. It needs to be, you know, usually knights are usually the way to go when you're diving for them, but you can also do it with halberdiers or pikes with +4 defense. Oh, but look, the monks! I think they're gonna get 4 conversions here. At least they get 2. And this also now gives Kasva the information that this castle is here, is forward, and he does need to deal with it. Triaxman actually cleaning the monastery. And Kasva making trebs from 3 castles right now. The forward one first, and the back 2, maybe! Is ACCM throwing this castle down here just to make it so that Kasva can't push forward straight away? Knight's gonna be eating the knights and the pikes over there. That is a raid at the back of Kasva's eco, isn't noticed just yet though. So far, only 1 villager going down, but there will be quite a few more going down. Kasva, you need to react. What are you doing? Hello? Okay, reacting now. Maybe a little bit late, but will save most of those villagers. ACCM still without ballistics, guys. So these crossbows, not very accurate. Not the best unit right now. And lots of villagers being forced into repairing this castle. And this castle's not going to last very long against the 2 trebs. Of course, and do please give a follow to both of these amazing players who have volunteered their time to be part of this show match. More Thriaxmen coming up for ACCM. Maybe recognizing that maybe for Kasva, maybe recognizing that ACCM cannot produce archers in a strong enough mass to really threaten them. And with 22 Cavalier already on the field, I do actually really like this from Kasva. Kasva actually might even dive for these villagers to make sure this castle could go down, but opting to go for the monks. How many conversions will we get? One conversion for ACCM out of 4 monks there. Plenty more pikes coming out for ACCM though, and I think that, honestly, if I'm Kasva there, I try and do a cheeky snipe on a couple of those villagers on the way out from underneath this castle, just so you can make it harder for them to repair. 1 Cavalier and the 2 knights looking to try and be annoying in the back of Kasva's eco, and the castle's taking out quite a few of these poor pikemen. Although it's kind of bought enough time for ACCM to really pressure this forward castle area, and that poor woman being sent to her death to try and deal with that castle. I think Kasva's going to be pretty happy, honestly. Trading that forward castle for his castle, having the map control, having the presence, having Cavalier and Thriaxmen against a mostly pike army with a few crossbows behind it. And the thing is, Kasva can replace his castles for much more cheaply than ACCM can. Oh, the Treb almost gets a snipe on the Treb that I think Kasva's going for a castle on this hill. Absolutely love that he recognizes this hill is the next area he should be pushing. But there's only 2 people. Oh my god, thank goodness Kasva deletes it just in time. Could have been an absolute disaster. Treb firing onto those Trebs. Kasva, I don't think he needs to die for the Treb here. I think that's a bit of a throw. Because he lost at least 10 of those Cavalier for 1 Treb. That being said, he does have this hill position, needs to repair this Treb. But I do think this castle will be going down against his 2 Trebs on the hill. I would have thought that Kasva would have a few more Trebs coming out by now though. I think it's a little bit of a mistake not to have more Trebs coming out. But the throwing axe is going to be absolutely eating those pikemen. The Treb though going down for Kasva, and he's losing all of his Cavalier. I think this is a huge mistake, and we see the score flip for the first time in about 10-15 minutes in favor of ACCM. That being said, again, the map position for Kasva is much bigger. Now taking into skirmishes though, and I almost have to question whether the throwing axeman tech here was the correct call. I think initially it looked quite good for him, but then long term, you do have to respect that the comp is very gold heavy. Kasva even going for light cav here as well. No more Cavalier in the field. ACCM though, without any castles, won't be able to go to Berserks to counter skirmishes. And going Viking light cav always feels pretty terrible. Hey Mars Excelis, I hope you guys are doing good. So Blast Furnace coming out. I think Kasva is gonna try and go for some light cav raids, or he's just hoping to mass enough light cav up to snipe these trebs. 2 trebs from Kasva are going to be coming forward to attack these trebs of his own. I think he needs more villagers on this repair. It's not gonna survive. 2 more shots and it is down. I think Kasva maybe thought he had enough villagers with the hill advantage there. And it seems like it was a bit of a mistake. And these Frank Skirms, even though they don't get the final arm upgrade or bracer anyway, they are missing both defense upgrades at the moment. So they absolutely get destroyed by these pikes and arbs. And this is the position I was a little bit worried that Kasva would get into if he under or over committed to the forward. I honestly think if he committed another 5 villages to this castle, he'd be in a much better spot. How's this game still going? I'm surprised, but I thought ACCM was dead about 10-15 minutes ago, but this is a bit of a testament to how good ACCM is and how good the Viking economy is. It's still not over for Kasva though. He does have plenty more skirms in the queue. ACCM actually buying the stone for a castle back on that hill. This castle, a hill position, has had 3 different castles on it so far. I wonder if we'll see any more, especially with the Frank cheap castles coming into clutch. Light cav raids in the back of ACCM's base will be irritating for him to deal with. And the Cavalier, are they going to try and loop around to the traps, or are they looking for eco damage? So far, looking like it's going for eco damage. This castle going to be going down super quick though. And this trap not really going to hold up too well. Still no ballistics for Kasva just yet. Don't even think we have chemistry in either, so no chemistry, no ballistics. And honestly, I think chemistry here could be huge because then you can get bombard cannons out as Franks, and the castle goes down. Kasva's in a bit of trouble here. Looks like the light cav and Cavalier coming in the back of ACCM space, and he is very much struggling for gold right now. He is making berserks. He does have all defense upgrades and attack upgrades for infantry as a result of making those pikemen. But I don't think a few berserks are gonna do the trick. I do think you need the whole 9 yards. And Kasva going for Paladin with only 5 Cavalier alive? I think that's a mistake. I think if he was going for an early Paladin push in Imp, that could be okay. But I think with only 5 Cavalier up and not many in the queue just yet, I think that might be a bit of a mistake. Hey bad boy, how you doing? Hey Hammer, good to see you. I know you love a good clown map, so Reggie Fortress will be exciting. I don't want to say this was a throw, because I think ACCM played it really well, but I can't help but think that Kasva had such a good position in early Imp and just was a little bit indecisive with how he was going to push. I think the traps were just a little bit late, and then he couldn't push that castle on the hill initially as quickly as I think was ideal. And then losing the castle a second time on this hill was a disaster. I think all he needed to do was commit 3 or 4 more villagers, and he had that castle position pretty much indefinitely. Relic count currently 1-0 in favor of Kasva. And look at all those poor Frank villagers getting eaten by the arbs. Luckily there's not too much eco on this left hand side, and those villagers will finish up that stone pile pretty soon. But Kasva had what? I think 5 castles in total this game, and he currently has 1 castle remaining. And he's even having to sell stone to get Paladin out. Paladin gonna be diving for these arbs, gonna be dealing with the trebuchet. But I honestly think this is ACCM's game to lose now. I don't like the Paladin play, although to be fair, Vikings can struggle a little bit against Paladin, as pikemen don't really cut the chase and you really need to get the unique tech for them to be much good. But so many Paladin going down to this castle, and only 9 Paladin remaining for Kasva with 2 in the queue. Lots of skirmishers getting eaten by the castle here though. Kasva selling more stone recognizing that if he doesn't get enough Paladin out here, that he's pretty much just completely dead with the investment he made into the Paladin push. Paladin is such an expensive technology, and I honestly think going for more Cavalier would have been better, or investing more into that initial, earlier Cavalier mass into an early Paladin push. Kasva though is securing his relics. He has 2 relics into ACCM 0. 64 on wood, and we do see a bombard cannon being made. Finally, I think this is maybe a touch late, but I do like to see the addition from Kasva. Gold control though, it looks like Kasva doesn't have any gold, and the other 3 tile of gold is down here. And ACCM taking all of that gold from Kasva. That was his 3rd gold. Hey Alpha, how are you? Kasva going, well, he did have 30 on gold initially there, Except. But I think the issue here, like if you're going for Paladin, you either need a decent mass of Cavalier to upgrade, or you need gold control, and Kasva lacks both of those conditions. And now we even see conscription coming in for ACCM. I don't really see a win condition for Franks in this matchup with 0 gold and 0 gold access. They don't have good trash. I mean, technically the light cap is better than Viking light cap. That's not very hard to do. And they do get better halberdiers in a straight up fight than the Vikings get. Problem is that ACCM isn't playing by the same rules. He's gonna have gold units on the field. So much pressure to stop the push indeed. I honestly think Kasva might have just seen, okay, I have 30 on gold, I'm gonna have plenty of gold coming in. And then he realized how little gold control he had. We do see some sneak buildings from Kasva. ACCM maybe being a little bit careless towards the relics, doesn't really care about them too much, but there's still this 2 tile of stone. So this 3 tile of gold does ACCM see it. It looks like he's looking for it. He's actually using a villager to scout rather than building outposts, guys. ACCM is using a villager to scout for that gold. He knows it must be somewhere. And the castle from Castle getting under pressure here. And Kasva down to 140 pop. I don't think there's any way of stopping this push. And ACCM even adding his own rather terrible but still passable light cap in the situation. And ACCM taking out game 1. Honestly, I think Kasva had that with just a couple of small tweaks. But an excellent game to start off this show match. Yeah, and I always find it super tricky on Regi Fortress because like my scout always takes an extra hit. I'm then trying to focus on getting that king to scout around. Kasva actually being a little bit more careful with his king and only scouting the back of his base. ACCM being a little bit more ballsy and going towards the front of Kasva's base, but they are faster than the scout in Dark Age. So we don't expect to see any Dark Age king snipes.
So fast. Those guys can't be caught by anything. Unless they get trapped in like a hole.
That could be quite funny, wouldn't it?
I've seen people recognize where the king is and go out with villagers to try to wall him in before.
Oh, that would have been amazing.
Yeah. But I don't see any great areas to trap.
And in this matchup, longbows should absolutely dominate pretty much everything, I would say. So I don't know exactly how Chinese counter longbow halberdier here. Maybe they go skirmishes, but then Britons add in light caps. So it can be a little bit messy going towards the late game. And thank you so much for the host there, Probe. You guys have come just in time for game 2 of a 9-game show match between Kasva and ACCM. Again, thank you so much, and I hope you guys enjoy your stay tonight.
Fine.
What do you think the Chinese win condition here is, Sab?
I would say just keep up the eco lead early. Get a kind of mid castle age to late castle age push and take the game then, or at least take some good pressure at that point. Close off some of the map, take control, and keep the Britons a little bit back because it would just be so hard for them to push. Their push is so slow, and if ACCM can capture a lot of the map control.
I definitely agree with that. I think that siege ram is going to be imperative in this matchup for the Chinese. If you can get to siege ram, I think that's where Britons can really struggle to clean those siege ram, especially if it's like an early Imperial age push with like siege ram, maybe some skirm or some arbs, like arb siege ram, and then mixing in skirms. Obviously quite heavy on the food economy with all 3 units in total, but I think it would be worth ACCM to go for a very heavy castle age boom, get the eco lead, and then secure map control with siege ram, couple of trebs, and the archer mix.
Now, what would you think if you saw Cavalier and Onagers from the Britons?
You'd laugh first of all. And the risk there is in technicality, both of those units started camels. Not that I think you'd ever make camels as Chinese in this matchup against Britons, at least not as a 4-4, would you? It'd be a bit strange. But I think that what you would probably go for as Kasva, if you were going for that sort of play, you'd more likely go for Halb and Onager, and having Arb behind it, I think, is the better play.
I want to see how well Kasva does this game with relic control as opposed to ACCM as well, and see if it really comes into play. Last game we saw ACCM not really give much care about the relics, but he still did fine without them anyways.
Definitely, and I think with relics you have to, like, if you're really focusing the relics, you are kind of admitting that you want the game, or at least expecting the game to go to some sort of late period of the game. So it is a bit of investment to get those relics, and especially when you got so many other things going on, it's sometimes quite difficult to get everything going.
Yeah, indeed. I am looking at one part of the map, noticing that ACCM does have a very nice side gold there. The 4-tile gold, easily can wall that in and have access to that.
Hacks.
Map hacks.
Need to nerf ACCM. Somehow he's managing to get these extra map hacks. And hello there to you, 77 and Melly. I hope you guys are doing good today.
I know sometimes on Regicide Fortress we see players expand their walls with stone walls actually though, and if Kasva can get control of that left bottom side of his base, he actually has 2 golds back there with not too much walling as well. So
that's 7
still not bad
tiles in total, so it's a pretty damn good base there to secure. Extra stones on this map? I don't actually see. I see a 1-2 stone tile over here. And I can't find the other 2 tiles. Oh, okay, there's a 4 tile between both of the players.
Yeah.
But where's the other 2 tiles? Is there only 1 2 tile?
It's between the tree line to the far top right. Kind of close to the other one.
But, oh, over here. Okay, so honestly, both of those extra resources kind of closer to ACCM. So slightly favoring ACCM in those kind of later stages. ACCM actually adding Chukanu already. I think this is actually quite a nice little touch, because then you can kind of go for the map control with these relics. We already see a monastery down. So ACCM may be already thinking about this late game with the matchup in mind.
Yeah, and ACCM with Chinese so far doing a really good job with the eco 29 vills to the 25 that Kasva has.
And that's just those 3 extra villages in Dark Age really paying off already. Absolutely bonkers bonus. We do see Kasva adding the 2 TCs straight away though, so he will catch up in villages pretty quickly. And he did mine enough stone for a 4th TC. So I think we will see a 4th TC once we see the farm numbers going down a bit faster. I think that may indicate Kasva wants to go for like an early Imperial Age push and try and kill at that stage. Which would be very interesting, so I feel like normally as Britons, you have a very slow push, so it's hard to kind of get that push going initially.
Yeah, and as we kind of agreed, we almost think that would be the Chinese strong point.
But then I also understand why ACCM is going for this, because if you get to Siege Ram, Skirm, and Arb, it can be quite hard for Britons to push that back. You do have, obviously, Onagers, but then ACCM can add his own Onager or Light Cap. And you only need, like, 4 or 5 Light Cap to snipe 1 Onager, and it's completely winning for you. 20, maybe not so much.
This is really fun to see because of Regicide Fortress. ACCM has his little Chukunu army right now, walking with the monk to help get the relics.
I was just noticing that. It's actually kind of cool. Just watch them, like, follow the leader essentially.
Ooh. Monk snipe on the other side by Kasva though.
That's really nice to actually get that monk sniper. At least now Kasva can also guarantee that his opponent is going for a bit of a relic wall here. Kasva actually adding a longbow. Now a longbow with no additional upgrades does have 6 range in Castle Age due to that Britain bonus. And his Chukunu with no upgrades have 4 range. So with perfect micro, this longbowman can do so much damage.
Where is he going? Where did he go? I lost him. Okay, I see him up front by the scout.
Okay, ACCM almost goes into Kasva's base with that scout. I think he definitely wants to keep that scout alive though. The thing with Kasva is that he is at about 4th TC, but his farm numbers are still maybe a touch lacking. At 15 farms between 4 TCs, and even adding a monastery now as well. I think the Relic War should be at least 4-1 in favor of ACCM.
Yeah, I mean, Kasva does have pretty good eco upgrades, minus wheelbarrow not in yet, but I think that might kind of balance it out a little bit more. But yeah, definitely you can see he only has 2 villas in production now. He can get that up a little bit here, but yeah, it's definitely tight.
Kasva was 17 on gold. I'm not sure. Maybe he's planning to buy food or something like that. I'm not sure if there's an argument to be made that at a certain point, buying a bit of food might be worth it for Kasva over seeding more farms. Actually buying more wood to try and get some more farms down, I guess. Oh, he's making a new lumber camp. Interesting.
I think he's trying to keep really constant production here of the longbows and the monks right now, and I'm actually surprised to see as well. Little skirmish there up top, but surprised to see that ACCM only bringing in the 2nd relic so far, where those other relics are pretty close to his base, and Kasva wasn't really moved out that far towards them.
It's very interesting because I do like that ACCM is going for the far relics first. I think that's very understated, but it does mean that it does mean that Kasva can contest these 2 relics a lot more easily. I think there was another relic coming in here from the left-hand side and the top side. But Kasva is hunting for that monk. It's trying to sneak all the way towards the right. I do think Kasva is going to catch up to it, though. Sneaky relic heist. 16 on gold, though, for Kasva, though. I still think his macro behind this game, maybe not the best.
Yeah, I think we saw him floating a lot of gold. Ooh, but he's taking a fight there. Not a favorable one. There's a lot of Chukunu there. They got in range pretty quick.
With the Chukunu, because like once they're in range, they do so much damage. And Kasva also losing the longbow on that right-hand side. The monk still sneaking away. But the Kasva are gonna be sniping a monk. I think ACCM actually microing that monk, trying to keep him alive. And Kasva are gonna be looking for this other sneaky monk from getting there. Kasva now getting his first relic in. But if that one gets away with going forward here, it'd be quite entertaining.
I honestly think that ACCM now, with that bad skirmish from Kasva, is going to pull in the rest of the relics here.
Yeah, and I don't really know if there's any way he can stop it. Maybe he can do some god micro with these longbows again. The Chukunu having a 2 range down. Is he going to snipe the monk with the scout? And it might be a little bit too much military here. Yeah. And it would be quite entertaining.
But like we said, we'll see how the relics come into play here, how late this game goes, and how much it pays off.
Kasva can give it house, and look at the farm count for ACCM. He's already got 37 on food. He had those farms coming in a bit early. He got wheelbarrow earlier, and he's even getting handcart. His economy is going to be absolutely insane. But I do think that Kasva will be up slightly faster, and he will have these 2 castles to ACCM's only 1. At full moment, ACCM will be able to add a 2nd castle pretty soon, but it does look like Kasva wants to play the Britain castle game where you place a castle everywhere and make it really hard for your opponent to push you, as Britons are one of the hardest civs to push, and also to push with. The 2 canoes chasing after those 2 longbowmen, and the 2 longbowmen are like, nah, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, and Kasva here is stopping production completely. He's clicking up Imp now, and he's going to try to claim some stake in this game. And if he gets a forward castle on the golden stone up front there fortify ACCM's base, he can also pressure the monastery and just take those relics out of it for a temporary amount of time.
Do you know what I really dislike here from ACCM though? He's getting ballistics and loom and he hasn't even clicked up yet. I would have much rather seen the little bit of gold from ballistics and loom go into clicking up a little bit sooner here for ACCM. Decent mangonel shot though, taking at least 2 longbowmen down. And longbowmen are one of those units that you have to have masked. Like, I mean, most archers are, but longbowmen, like, in very small numbers, they feel very shit to use. Pardon me, French.
Yeah, ACCM on the way up now, though.
But, and he secured 4 relics, and I don't think that Kasva can snowball in 1 minute, which is the difference in uptimes here. Now, if ACCM had a bad archer civ with like bad skirmishes, I think it would be in a better position for Kasva. Because ACCM is just taking elite skirm, gonna be going Chukanu elite skirm mix. It doesn't look like Kasva's adding castles here. He's gonna lose another. Oh boy, that's rough. Losing
so many.
5 to that castle shot afterwards, and now the Chukanu gonna come forward and try and deny the castle. I think this castle still goes up though, with the mangonel pressure there. But that was disaster for Kasva, losing 5 for basically nothing.
These first couple moments in Imp are going to be so tense, and Kasva could potentially try to get some good damage here, push that castle off like we said. He's got 3 castles now that he can produce trebs out of, and his wood count though looking pretty low for it.
Yeah, it's a little bit abysmal, isn't it? He is securing this left-hand side that you were talking about earlier though, Zap, but he is going to have access to all that additional gold. 1 treb coming out soon to be a second, I would imagine. And with that extra minute in, maybe he can take this castle up before ACCM can really get much of a footing in here. And that would be a definite advantage for Kasva. Kasva even selling stone again.
Oh, and there's those rams though that we were talking about. ACCM getting ready for siege ram push eventually.
And Kasva still lacking in ballistics on these longbows. They're missing absolutely everything. Kasva does have 2 mangonels out though, but I think he's half expecting the siege ram push, and a couple of mangonels can make it very tricky to push this position with just siege ram. We do see a couple of trebs being produced for ACCM as well now, and the trebs in position for Kasva. But what I love here that ACCM is forcing this castle up to be up in Kasva's base with the mangonel pressure and the Chukanus. But we see some good shots here.
Ooh.
1 decent shot. Doesn't really get as much as I was kind of expecting it to. That one was much better though. And ACCM now lacking much military. And yet, even with all of those Chukanu getting eaten by the mangonel, guess what? The score difference is still 1,000 in favor of ACCM. Kind of showing how good the trades have been up until this point, and also the economy for the Chinese. And with no mangonels alive for Kasva, I don't think he's ready for the capped ram push. Or soon to be siege rams.
Yeah, he was kind of forced to trade him off there to try to stop the push into his base. But look how many, oh my gosh, so many villagers. These guys really don't want to lose this position in the middle.
It's actually quite funny watching, isn't it? It's like, how many villagers do I need to pull for this position? And Kasva actually making his own ram. Little did he know that his opponent has 8 soon-to-be siege rams on the way. Even teching the cavalry upgrades as well, so ACCM ready to go for that trash play. And I really feel like Kasva needed to get some more mangonels out. Maybe not recognizing his opponent would likely go for siege ram here. Gonna be losing the first castle, but the treb's gonna be walled in. I think Kasva are making the best of a bad situation here.
Yeah, but this is looking super dicey right now for Kasva. I'm not seeing really a way for him to stop this push. Villagers trying to smash the rams down here.
I love it's just like, yeah, okay. The way I'm gonna do it, if it was just 1 ram, easy trade like 10 villagers for it. When it's 8, you will just kind of cry slowly as you realize your entire base is about to get leveled. 1 ram goes down, still 7 to go, more in queue for ACCM. I think Kasva's gonna die to this pressure. Even with
now...
the 2 castles at home, it's only a matter of time before everything starts getting taken down and the Rams engaging onto the mangonel.
Oh no, the other one popping out right next to him.
Oh no! Does he survive? Does he get a shot off? Does he? No!
He's dancing.
Can Kasva get another shot off? Nope.
Oh man, this push is so strong. And look at the upgrades coming in for ACCM as well. He's got full production, he's got ARB coming in, Bowsaw coming in.
I think this is the risk with playing longbows, is you need those castles to be alive to then get the production going. And Kasva doesn't really have a whole lot of production, and you also need those castles for trap production usually. But with the CJAM already on the field, it's very hard for Kasva to do anything right now. Thank you so much for the
Okay, now what did I say? What units is Kasva focusing on right now? Knights and Onagers.
I mean, Onager technically cleans everything until the light cap come out. We do see Bloodlines and +4 defense coming out for ACCM now. So if these Onager and Knights are going to get any value, they're going to need to do it quickly. Yeah, look at this. The Knight with only +1 defense takes so much damage from chemistry skirmishes. It's kind of insane to watch it. And I honestly don't feel like Kasva really misplayed this. I think ACCM just had a really clear game plan against Britons here and executed it perfectly.
Yeah, the only thing I'm watching right now is on the left side with that one Onager from Kasva. It's got a big task ahead of it, but that's the hope. He needs to get villagers on that to repair it right now.
Oh,
he is going to do so.
Good repairs. Going to take out some of those arbs and a couple of skirmishes. Oh, and a bit of lag at that moment. Hilarious. Wow. Alright, the game just suddenly sped up. That was a bit strange.
Not on my end.
But yeah, Kasva calling it so far. ACCM 2-0. Really amazing game from ACCM there.
I just can't believe you've made these players play Islands.
Islands is fantastic. Don't at me with all your water-hating nonsense. But guys, we have confirmed it's going to be the Sims we very much expect them to pick. Italians versus Portuguese. I do hope that we don't have a 3-hour gaming coming. That's the only risk here of allowing Portuguese on islands and not having a time limit. I'm
gonna need more coffee if that's the case.
I might need Red Bulls, not sponsored. I think the win condition for Kasva here is definitely going to be holding out for a bit of a late game, but I don't necessarily think you have to stall out for late game either as Portuguese. Mixing a couple of Carracks into those Castle Age fights can be really strong as well. And Italians maybe struggle a little bit against Portuguese with that, I would say. Obviously, normally if you're going against masses of galleons, you can go for that fast Imperial Age. As Italians go for fast fire. But if there's caravels in the field, it's a little bit more scary because they get all that blast damage. Not blast damage, what's the type? I don't even know what it's called, Zab.
Pass-through damage. I don't...
Splash damage, that's what I'm looking for.
Is it splash damage though, or is it... It's like pass-through damage. That's what Scorps have. But yeah, glad you corrected yourself there, by the way. Calling Carrick, calling Caravels Carricks, now you got me.
Oh, yeah, Caravels Carrick. Same diff, really. Who even cares about the unique tech for Portuguese, which does make fights even better, though. As I think with Italians here, as for ACCM, it's all about timing. If he can have better up times and force ACCM into a poor defensive position, I think he's in a good spot. And then he kind of wants to finish off with a landing, I think.
Yeah. Do you think Kasva here actually starts with back docks?
Interesting, possibly. It depends if he wants to go for galleys or if he wants to go for fires. If he wants to go for fires, but I think can be a little bit tricky against Italians again with that earlier uptime. Definitely front docks, but if he's going for a galley opening, which can be quite strong, I think as Portuguese here, I'd go back dock.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
But almost, maybe not so much back, but more even side docking. Like, and we actually see Kasva kind of going towards the side. I really like this because if he goes towards the side, it minimizes some of that travel time that the ships have to make, and it then also has a bit more of a protective position. And it maybe a little bit lucky for Kasva here though as well. He spawned on the right hand side of the island. He's actually lowering his war in his scout for extra efficiency. But these docks from ACCM are going to be on that very front area. So it's going to take quite a while for them to actually discover the dock over here, I reckon. And I do think we'll see maybe 1 or 2 fire guys from Kasva to try and snipe some fish. But I do think the play here is absolutely switching to galleys ASAP and just try and see what you can do with it.
Islands.
This is the downside. It's similar to Arena, right? Where it's a little bit slower paced in the beginning. Not really much you can look at or talk about. Maybe we'll see some T90 ranges in the middle. I feel like he has to be, like, when he did that, he had to have been memeing, right? Like, surely.
No way.
No? It was actually legit?
It's like the pro players when they accidentally wall off, like, the edge of the map. Like, it still happens.
It was
at a high
legit?
level.
Oh my god. I guess it must have just not realized that the neutral island in the middle was not an enemy one. I feel like you'd see the shape of the island though and go, okay, you know what? My transport ship is looking around here. Doesn't look like there's that much land. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do much with these archery ranges. ACCM though, clicking up to the feudal age, as we kind of expected Italians with the faster uptime. A castle should be up after this. I think ACCM actually got Loom though. Maybe a little bit odd. You don't often see Loom being gotten until quite late, or if you're going for a landing, or if you're being landed. Kasva up almost at wait. How is he up at the same time? I know Portuguese get the faster technology researching, but it doesn't impact age up, does it? At least it didn't used to. Maybe it's a capture age bug. Because that would be absolutely insane.
Both going up.
If
oh no, that is a bug indeed. I mean, so ACCM is 75% of the way up now. Castle only 50.
Okay, yeah. So ignore capture age, guys. Kasva will be about 25 seconds later to the feudal age than ACCM. Might need to mention that to the capture age team though.
Lon, fix it.
Fix it, boy. Castle only has 3 fishing ships here though, which I mean, it may not sound like the biggest thing, but when your opponent has 4 fishing ships and you only have 3, it does mean that your feud eco is going to be much weaker. And look at that, 59.35 seconds for feud age. And we see Castle going for that 3rd dock, so it will be a straight galley opening. 2 docks for ACCM, no 3rd dock being dropped as yet, so just a fire galley opening. I don't know when ACCM wants to add the 3rd dock, but I feel like if you're playing fires into galleys, maybe ACCM is expecting it or not, but I think if you're expecting it, I think you have to go for the 3rd dock relatively early and maybe consider switching into galleys yourself.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how well Kasva does with these galleys. He needs to really make sure his micro's on point here and can't have any slip-ups, kind of like he did last game with the longbows.
Especially with galleys like that, they're so awkward. Like,
yeah.
And especially when you only got 2 or 3 of them, I find them not very fluid to micro. Once you have 4 or 5 of them, they're absolutely beautiful. Honestly though, ACCM going towards the left-hand side, thinking that he's gone for a back dock. He's sending 1 fire to the other side, but Kasva diving in pretty quickly with his initial 2 galleys and the fishing ships. I don't think they were microed specifically. I think that they ran out of fish and went towards the left, but kind of lucky there for ACCM. And pathing into a fire ship on the left-hand side. Actually quite big damage there for Kasva. But does Kasva care? I think he just wants to try and snipe some fish.
He's like completely ignoring them. But yeah, he's basically down HP of a full galley, and he
I
is
love
going
this
directly
though.
for those fish.
He doesn't care. He just wants to try and take out the fish. And I think it's because he knew that he only made 3 fishing ships, that he wanted to try and get that early damage in. But ACCM already adding galleys of his own, and the fires from from ACCM gonna be engaging on those galleys on the right hand side. Kasva gonna have to micro in 2 areas, and fletching in for Kasva though, no fletching for ACCM just yet. And this is very tricky for playing as the Italian player with mostly fire galleys in the field. And these galleys from the Portuguese do have extra HP as well, so they are super efficient against the Italian galleys, at least at this point.
I do think long-standing players of the game do have quite a bit more experience with islands. I think it was super popular back in the days of like Boobly and things like that. So Kasva could be feeling really comfortable here right now, and it's looking pretty good for him right now.
Although ACCM is getting his numbers up quite decently. I don't think necessarily you would want to, but it could be a consideration to go for a 4th dock. Probably not during feudal age though, because I think with Italians you want to be the one aging up quicker and trying to get force a fight in early castle age. But look at this beautiful micro from Kasva. Gonna be sniping those fire galleys. More fire galleys coming over to join the party, but it's not like when you go fires where you can just snipe the fires with lots of demos, you know? Resources for both players looking like they're going towards Castle a little bit. Kasva with even making a couple of farms at home. ACCM still with no farms at home to say, but he's actually dropping a market, indicating he probably wants to sell the stone and go for that faster uptime. And what I would love to see Kasva, this is perfect. Kasva going to go forward, but he's not patrolling. Disaster. I think if he was patrolling there, like this could have been good because he's now forcing the fires here. He's got a second group of guys he could send to reinforce, and now all of a sudden it's really bad for Kasva. Losing the military advantage is now only 10 to 8 galleys in favor of Kasva, and lots of weak ones here.
Well, that fixes the second issue that I was going to bring up, is Kasva was about to be housed again for the second time in this game.
Oh, but Kasva actually dropping his market first, getting the stone sold first. So ACCM getting the sloppy seconds from that market. Oh, and you gotta be a little bit careful here as ACCM. He wants to pick up the weak ones. And look at those weak ones going down. And both players looking to click up rough at the same time. And this, again, kind of favors the Portuguese. Because normally as the Italians, you want to be up decently earlier than your opponent. But it's going to be a matter of a few seconds, I think. Kasva, click up! Kasva!
Click up, click up.
Okay, there we go. I mean, you have that capture age bug again, making it look like he's going to be aging up super fast. But then he does get an extra 10% HP in the next age. And the longer this game goes on, the more I favor Portuguese.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not favor them with the Victorious?
Victorious isn't a cheat, okay? They're actually getting a nerf in the next patch. They're having their HP halved, pretty much.
What? That's insane. Why?
Because
nobody uses them.
Because when you actually... It's mainly for Islands games. When you're trying to push a Victoria, because cannon galleons don't kill buildings that quickly in the grand scheme of things, it is so tricky to kill them. I'm pretty sure it's specifically targeted towards Islands games. I would love to see Kasva prepare a couple of those weak ships. I know it's maybe not the most important thing, but it's not like he's doing anything else on the way up to the castle edge anyway. 4th dock coming down for Kasva. No 4th dock for ACCM. Maybe he'll rebuy stone and go for a little bit of a boom. Hey Sean, how you doing? And Chan, hope you're doing good today, guys.
Kasva moving forward again. Hopefully these units on patrol.
They're not on patrol. No. I can tell. But Kasva taking the fight, realizing he's up a little bit later. And if he can force this fight, he does get the HP in a few seconds as well. And the thing is with galleys is they also move, if I'm not mistaken, slightly faster than war galleys. And if they don't, then the war galleys is so freaking clunky. Too micro.
Yeah.
So honestly, good trade there for Kasva. 18 to 13 ships on the field. War Galley coming in for both players, Bodkin coming in for both players, and that Portuguese faster tech researching coming in a bit clutch here, to be honest. University
really made
even
it
coming down. And for both players.
Time.
But do you prefer saving the resources or saving the time? I think, honestly, saving the resources for the most part is better. Although, technically, Portuguese ships do cost less gold, if I'm not mistaken.
Islands knowledge.
Islands, love it. Who needs islands knowledge, am I right? I'm actually gonna double check if Portuguese have it on the ships as well. I think it should be. But I need to confirm for my curiosity whilst we're waiting for everything else to happen.
I mean, it says all units, so...
Oh, yep. 24 gold per galley. That's absolutely insane. And we can see the galleys for Kasva coming forward. Honestly, I'd love to see a couple of caravels being added. Not necessarily, it may not be the correct decision. I just want to see them being added. Couple of fire galleys are getting a decent-ish engagement, but the galley numbers for ACCM maybe a little bit lacking, but reinforcements coming in. Both players with ballistics. Actually, no, only Kasva has ballistics in. ACCM dropped the university, didn't get ballistics. Now getting careening for extra Pierce armor.
Yeah, I think it was actually a really nice fight.
I think the ballistics came in clutch there.
Ooh, please go snipe those villagers on the berries.
They're just like delicious
earlier.
villagers.
Yeah.
I think it's more important to pressure the docks though. Now, Kasva will want to get the careening upgrade when he sees his opponent has got it. And then a consideration in the long term, obviously, is to get Carrack in as well so they have extra tanky ships. With the extra HP, the extra PS armor, you know, bit of everything. And then also cheaper, which is one of the many, many reasons that long-term Portuguese do so well in most matchups here. Galley numbers for ACCM lacking so much, and he is adding more fires. But the numbers for Kasva forward aren't really enough either. And so far, relatively good trades for... I honestly can't tell right now. I think that was a good trade there for Kasva though overall. And he does have these docks coming down, producing up a lot. But ACCM does have their second town center. We can start getting a bit of an eco lead. We already see a 3 villager discrepancy in favor of ACCM.
There's a lot of weak galleons there.
I think that's the problem here against fires as well. It's like there's a few guys like slowly push killing your units, and then you got a couple of fires finishing them off essentially. But there's only 5 war guys on the field for ACCM, and long term in islands you do want to be on the galley army. In the short term though for ACCM, if he can get a kind of fast-ish imp on the back of this, go for fast fire, it can be very nasty as a way of cleaning your opponent's entire army before they even hit Imperial Age. But that dock being pressured, and thing is here, you don't really want to be having to replace docks this early. So ACCM gonna be sending the forward, the war galleys, got the fire as well. Kasva not really microness, needs to be microness, so he's taking unnecessary losses, I think. Or maybe he doesn't care.
Yeah, he's got such a military advantage right now. I have noticed his one galleon that's been sitting in that back dock for like 10 minutes now.
We see a demo on the way. The thing is with demos, you really have to be sneaky with them. Where is the demo actually being made? It's being made from this dock as well. The ACCM recognizing this dock going to be going down. He has got its one back dock as well. I think Kasva does need to either add eco here, or respect that Italians are going to have that faster chimp and start dropping farms like crazy, or add fishing ships. So you have to do one of the 3 things.
Ooh, he actually did get a good hit there.
But the thing is that regular demos just don't do that much damage against galleys. So even with it being an honestly, like that's a basically perfect hit, right? Right in the center of like 6 galleys. I don't think any of them died.
No, none went down there. And I'm looking now.
Running with those 4 fishing ships.
Yeah. That's really the only area here that Kasva can take advantage of getting some damage onto ACCM. Everything
Kasva not
pretty much
safe again, but it does manage to get that fire ship.
Although he can punish the stone that ACCM is on. The stone and the woodline there are close enough to the edge.
I do think that Kasva, I love what he's doing here, splitting up into 2 groups. I think as long as he sends one group to kill the docks and one dock to harass Eco, I think he's in a pretty good spot, but ACCM's almost on the way to Imperial Age. And this is the massive risk here for Kasva, is that ACCM will be imp, he'll be able to get fast fire ship, but I don't... Does he have his second building? Oh, he does have his second building. 3 minutes until Imperial Age.
He is going to struggle to get back onto water for a bit. I think that's why he's on stone, though. He's going to get a castle up to hopefully defend some of his docks. But Kasva immediately recognizes the new docks going up and is going to take them out.
I love how Kasva's playing this, and if he can get an imp time that's at least competitive, like I'm talking next minute he clicks up, I think he's completely fine. I think you can see ACCM score. I think you have to assume he's up. And as long as you keep this massive military lead, I don't really know what ACCM can do. He is now docking the right-hand side of his island, though. Kasva can probably sell a little bit of wood here. I know long time you don't want to be selling wood, but I think for the competitive imp time, I think that you want to sell a little bit of wood just to try and get up here. And even 3 more fires is going to be going down for ACCM for probably 1 or 2 war galleys. And honestly, when your opponent's on the way to imp, this is a good trade.
Yeah, and honestly, what Kasva's doing here, instead of selling that wood, he's actually just investing back into fishing ships to get the food boost.
The monastery though, so he's got the resources to click up, but he's not going to be able to click up just yet. Like obviously, it's not the biggest mistake in the world, but it does mean that it's going to snowball a tiny bit with the initial fire galley pressure. But there's no fire galleys to upgrade at the moment.
Oh, look at those back docks. And ACCM completely pushed off that stone there. He's not on the other stone yet.
And
maybe he buys a castle.
The villages on the gold also being harassed a little bit. The farms have been harassed quite a bit. So ACCM will just about have enough eco to get the upgrades. And then it's just a matter of can he do enough damage to even out this number a little bit. Castle only with 8 on wood, or 12 on wood now.
How many ships does ACCM have? Not enough. And Kasva finding the docks now, still no castle, as we noted.
I think Kasva maybe a tiny bit late on the stone here. He has now sent 12 villages to stone, actually 14 to stone. He really wants that stone income. I think again, the only risk here is that if ACCM can get to like, let's say 12 to 15 fast fire ships, he's already got shipwright coming in as well to make them faster. He can mop up so much army from Kasva, and that can be really tricky.
Yeah, good reaction there from Kasva, though. Notices the fast fires coming right away.
Look how quickly they
He's denying docks.
Absolutely eat them.
They're just running for their lives right now. Kasva on the top side, though, denying more docks.
And ACCM now moving back towards the front of the base for Kasva. Something interesting in here again, as I hate to repeat myself, but caravels can be very interesting against fire ships. Seems like a bit of a weird situation to be in, but caravels normally do quite well against them. And you can see how little damage these war guys are doing against the fast fire ships, and Kasva wasn't running. Shipwright in for ACCM, and with that fast fire, they do absolutely destroy these. We do see Galleon coming in now for Kasva. Will we see the other upgrades coming in? We need Bracer as well. We need Chemistry, not in the short term, but in the long term we will need that as well. Chemistry now coming in, and we do need Dry Dock and Shipwright. ACCM already getting Dry Dock, and he's going for a transport.
Ooh. Is he gonna place the castle forward?
Look at this. ACCM also going to be cutting off the running war guys over here with the 4 over on this side. Really nice damage. Doing exactly what he needs to do in the situation where he's playing fire galleys versus galleons. We do see Kasva actually adding a couple of demos. He's going to need them with how many fires are on the field. I think Kasva's played it brilliantly up until this point. It's just so hard when you're against this sort of imp timing. Oh, good micro. Let's see if Kasva can micro these down just enough without the final upgrades being in. No, Kasva, you need to keep micro. You can't just, no. Oh, like these fire ships will die, but they're gonna get way more value than I think Kasva can allow them to get. There's one fire galley on each dock on this right-hand side. Kasva dropping Victorias already, so he's getting ready for that super late game. And it's right in the center of his island, which will be a nightmare to range. With cannon galleons assuming castles are on the field.
Yeah, I saw Kasva use a couple demo ships just to hit the fire ships on the docks there, but all 4 of those docks soon gonna go down. And that actually leaves Kasva with 0 docks.
And ACCM even securing a forward position with his castle. I thought Kasva again, similar to game 1, had it. And now it's looking really bad for him. Maybe not respecting the Italians' uptime quite enough here. And the thing is, that ACCM even did 2 TC. It wasn't like he did 1 TC for that fast sim. So he had a solid eco behind it.
I think it's really difficult on islands to really know how much you want to invest into the water.
I think Kasva just needed to invest a few more fishing ships once he secured that water victory. We even see ACCM getting the first infantry upgrade. That obviously going to be for some condotieros. That being said, when you're against Portuguese, you have to respect and understand that these Factoros are going to come into play very shortly. We even see a few caravels being made for Kasva and ACCM game ready to attack Galleon. No, there's no time limit for this Islands game, but I don't expect it to go too late. We'll find out in about half an hour.
Looking at the military numbers, Kasva down so far.
Hey Jik, how are you doing today? And it all just kind of stemmed from that fast Imperial. I love that ACCM is adding a tower on here. I think he will take guard tower. I obviously get bracer for his ships in chemistry anyway. Maybe he'll get the heated shots technology, you never know.
Here we go, elite caravel coming in.
3 Phaetoros already though, Zab, and that resource trickle is going to get disgusting very soon.
I love it.
Do you though? Will you still love it in half an hour, Zab?
Hell yeah. Remember when did you see Little Trouble's event with
I did, yeah.
pro players?
And the Phaetoros were just an absolute nightmare to deal with.
Yeah.
But look at this, the castle firing on those fast fires, and as long as caravels are here, maybe Kasva gets to Carrack as well. Caravels can be an absolute force to be reckoned with.
Oh, there's a landing now though.
I love it. And then because Kasva doesn't really have any land military. 4th Phaetoria? Okay, this is maybe a touch greedy. Maybe just a touch. Honestly, I would have rather have seen a 2nd castle than a 4th Victoria. Okay, he will also get the castle as well.
I mean, Kasva can completely see us. He's got villagers just mining right next to the barrack.
He's just like, yeah, you're all gonna die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
He doesn't need villagers, he just needs Victorias.
I love that he's dropping a castle right next to how many fire ships? 7 fire ships, and the fire ships just don't give a shit. I hear death noises. I see ACCM dropping a castle on Castle's Island. ACCM recognizing that he will need to close this game out ASAP, or he will struggle very much so with the Portuguese late game. But at the moment, it just looks so good for ACCM.
Yeah, these conducted are gonna wreak havoc right now inside Castor's base. He's struggling to keep even those front docks up. Treb's coming out on the central island there.
Does the Treb range the castle?
No,
It doesn't.
Just
Okay, that's
just
okay. That's really lucky for Kasva. He's actually making some organ guns. Sadly for Kasva here, Condor Hero is still gonna have damage bonus against the organ guns. So once they do get in range, they'll absolutely shred them.
Yeah, I don't know how lucky you are when there's still cannon galleons attacking your castle.
That is true.
It's a bit of a wasted investment, but
I feel like you need to get to elite cannon galleon here. We do see 6 cannon galleons already on the field, but again, those cannon galleons don't really do that much damage. And Kasva, okay, normally you wait to get loom. When you see you get landed though, and you think, okay, my villagers are dying maybe a bit quickly, do you not think, okay, I really need to get loom? Bombard tower? Okay, that looks like it was a misclick. We see Archipus coming in.
Gold's so important, you know, and maybe he feels a little limited in his gold. He's trying to get those back docks up. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Like, ACCM absolutely beast moding this. I thought, again, Kasva seemed to have game 1, he seemed to have game 3. And game 3 is now looking very much in favor of ACCM. Although he can get to a critical mass of caravels, and he has a couple of bombard cannons here, he can hold.
Even a ram push, capped rams from ACCM on the far side with the trebs.
I love that he landed the trebs as well. Like there's the 2 trebs in the middle that couldn't do any more damage.
Oh, these Fatorias are gonna go down so quick.
ACCM was trying to get another forward castle. They did, unfortunately for him, lose the villagers. But that castle's gonna get eaten. That Fatoria's gonna get eaten. I don't know what you do as Kasva here.
He is getting the bombard cannons out, trying to produce that military. He's actually putting a new Fatoria up in the back. But, this just is so much damage coming in up at the front. I mean, he's losing everything. Relic's getting knocked out of the monastery here.
I feel really bad for ACCM as well, because I feel like he had such a good position from Castle Age. Maybe just, again, not really recognizing the Italians' cheaper imp here enough to be as competitive.
Oh, poor Kasva. His bombard cannon shot his other bombard cannon trying to hit the Condottiero.
Oh no.
Not what he needed.
And Kasva will probably call it as soon as this Fatoria goes down. Don't really see any way for him to win this. Normally you have to be winning on at least either land or water, and currently Kasva's losing on both. And
yeah,
Kasva
so
actually
much
repairing the Fatoria, but yeah. It's a bit rough. ACCM winning 3-0 so far. And I just want to see Kasva get a win on the board.
Man, that imp timing, absolutely huge. I thought Kasva had this. I thought he had so many of these games where he's looked like he's in a really strong position, but ACCM just perhaps with the better civs for the maps and doing what he needs to do with them.
I think the big issue here as well is just like, you know, the one play for Italians on islands if they're not winning Castle Age is faster Imperial, get those fire ships with Shipwright out and clear up as much army as possible. And Kasva, like at that moment where he was like, okay, I have one water, either needed to add more farms or he needed to add fishing ships. I think fishing ships was the play there. Even like 6 fishing ships, they pay off pretty quickly. You can get enough food economy from them and get a slightly more competitive Imperial Age time. And then
Yeah,
played the
he did
Factoria
add
long
them.
game.
He added him, but I think it was just a tad too late. I mean, he had such a demanding military lead. Commanding.
One of the
Commanding
two will
military
work.
lead. Yeah. That I think he could have and should have got those fishing ships out just slightly sooner on this. But as I said, it's so hard to tell like where you're at on the water, and the moment you stop producing water military, it can be really disastrous if you don't have like an advantage like the Italians getting up to the Imperial Age and things like that. So it's tough to make that call.
Definitely. Kasva instantly dropping a stable, and ACCM also instantly dropping a stable. I think the free forging though does outweigh the slightly faster producing stable, at least initially. Long term, the faster producing stable is huge in this sort of scenario.
Don't worry, guys. You haven't missed the game. This is Empire Wars. Players start with these buildings.
No, you just like missed the first 20 minutes.
I absolutely loved this map in Red Bull Bololo.
Oh, absolutely. Like the amount of feudal military you see both players making is absolutely bonkers. And if one player tries to click to Castle Age, it doesn't always end up going so well for them. ACCM taking a bit of damage on his scout though, definitely doesn't want to be taking that damage, and the Kasva getting a couple of hits in that villager, but now running away with the scouts. 2 scouts for ACCM looking for some damage, but I don't think they're going to find too much. Kasva with good spear positions at the moment.
Kasva looking like he might get a villager pick here, although he's going to take some damage from the spear. A little bit of a trade there for him. Yeah.
1 vill down is... it's all about the small things in the early feudal age here. Do you think he needs a second spearman on that back area though? Especially with all 3 of those lumber camps being in such a nice line. It's so easy for ACCM just to rotate through this, but it also does mean that there's less of the map for Kasva to initially defend with these. Those lumber camps just make me so sad because there's so little wood here for the lumber camps to even take. So we had a bit of a scout on scout fight on that hill. It looks like both players losing a scout. Kasva actually adding a second stable. ACCM adding more farms, so ACCM maybe going for a bit more of a eco-centric build here.
Yeah, I actually watched that fight on the hill between them. It was actually really nice micro there from Kasva. He microed the one scout back, got it on the hill, and took a really favorable fight there. So really well done by him. Really good awareness and micro there.
And I love that ACCM is adding this dock. He's going to have extra economy here. So far, it doesn't look like Kasva planning to... Okay, he's got a villager over there. No dock just yet. Hopefully, Kasva will realize that he's tasked the villager onto the shorefish before it makes its grand pilgrimage back home. First defense upgrade coming in for ACCM. Kasva matching the forging. Going for bloodlines, but he is lacking numbers a little bit at the moment. But if he can catch up in numbers after bloodlines, he's going to be in a really good spot. As bloodlines is much better than +1 defense needs to know. And that villager, oh no, it's going to make all the way back, so it's a very inefficient villager. But ACCM's going to look for damage on the back woodline, and Kasva is yeeted out of there already. Bloodline's now coming in for ACCM. And he has matched the stables now, but the Hun stables do produce faster. Whose position do you think is better right now?
Oof, I mean, Magdar's just so strong here.
Spear's gonna try and engage on those scouts. I don't think the scouts are even gonna get one villager here. Good reaction from Kasva. Even bringing the scouts back, but they're a little bit slow getting there. Was that a villager or a spear? I think it was a spear. Oh, but... Oh, that could have been really... If ACCM wasn't watching, he could have lost all his scouts and the game could completely be over. But Kasva feeding a couple of scouts here unintentionally. Another villager going down for Kasva. ACCM really ahead right now. Although, Eco lead is actually in favor of Kasva with 1 extra villager. Maybe doing a little bit better at... There's no fishing ships either. It's just the idle time on the TC by the looks of things for the villager difference.
Yeah, I think ACCM's been putting in a ton of micro here, perhaps it being a little bit too taxing for him to get everything out, but we've seen him play so strong here. Really, I think it's on Kasva right now, down so much to make the plays this game and show what he's got here.
Oh, Spears getting a tiny bit of engagement there. I almost think the villagers need to be attacking the scouts as well. Spearman engaging, the scouts engaging. Good little trade there for Kasva in both areas. It didn't actually get any kills by the looks of things, but just taking a lot of that HP away. The ACCM's added that third stable.
Yeah, Kasva taking good trades top side and bottom side. So many weak scouts up top. Those guys losing more HP to the spears up top.
And now ACCM starting to send those spears forward though. I think that's the correct move. Obviously you want to keep some at home as well. Otherwise you can get completely overrun. But adding a couple of spears just makes it very tricky to clean up this army. And honestly, Kasva taking a good trade on the bottom area though at the same time. But I think Kasva has to add his third stable as well. I don't know if he has the economy to do so. So the villager going down underneath the TC. Scout getting attacked by the TC fire. Scouts getting attacked by spears and villagers. Spear getting attacked by scouts, spears and villagers.
ACCM getting a couple of Vil picks though on the bottom side. Villagers path outside the walls he made.
Oh, and I love this.
Nice
Kasva's doing so much damage to those villagers. And ACCM just kind of being forced to fight here. I do think that Kasva should have microed them back a little bit as he was going. But does get, by the looks of things, 4 villager picks on that woodline.
Yeah, there was one spearman in the mix, but it didn't seem to find enough damage there.
I think that's just the massive difference that Bloodlines makes, hey?
Yeah.
There's 4 spearmen on the back here. We do see ACCM having 4 on gold. Floating a little bit, maybe we'll consider dropping a market at some point. Kasva actually adding a second barracks rather than the third stable. Honestly, I think I would have preferred to see a stable.
It does look like both players have bloodlines, by the way.
Oh, double scout kill from the TC there, whilst the fight on the front looking good for Kasva. Kasva now with a 36 to 21 KD. I think Kasva was really hoping to prove how strong he can be on Empire Wars in this game. Would love to see +1 defense coming in for either player, honestly, in their inventory with how many spears they're making. And both of them have a bit of food to do so. You see wheelbarrow coming in and a tower being dropped by ACCM, but I don't like the positioning on that tower. It protects the stone, it kind of protects the woodline. But if I'm playing in a situation as Kasva, you just kind of go CA once you're in Castle Age anyway, right?
Yeah.
Holy hell, though, that fight looked really ugly, and I feel like that was better for ACCM.
Look at the wall off from Kasva. He's walling a closed woodline.
So he doesn't see, obviously does not see the woodline there. I mean, it could be a little cute to try and put the villagers in that little area afterwards anyway, once he realizes.
Yeah.
But I think you end up kicking yourself a little bit. But it's just the pressure at this moment is immense, right? So much going on.
Yeah, on the far side, you can actually see ACCM's villagers are really long distancing some wood.
All I'm looking at right now is like the complete reverse. Like it went from Kasva losing all of his army in ACCM's area to ACCM losing all of his army in Kasva's area. And with a 7 villager lead and wheelbarrow in for Kasva, ACCM lacking that wheelbarrow upgrade. It is looking surprisingly good for Kasva right now.
Yeah, and you can see he's really focusing on the defensive units right now. He's not going to be able to get damage onto anything really with those spears. Just defend, use his eco advantage here, but still super strong looking from Kasva right now.
The one concern here I have is that all the spears are near the woodline and there's none of these farms. And let's just say, for example, ACCM did decide he wanted to add maybe a few archers or go for a really all-in scouts play. Even more so than has already happened. It could be a little bit tricky for Kasva to defend for at least a few minutes. But Kasva on the way up to Castle Age and has plenty of spears in defense. But ACCM buying all the food to click up as well, so relatively same uptime here. Now, you're playing as Huns in this scenario. Do you open with a few knights initially and then transition to CA? Or do you just go straight into CA? Or do you forget CA and just go knights, do you reckon?
I mean, they're so cheap, but I feel like the knights are just so good at diving things, you know, getting under the towers and getting damage in that area, being able to go under the TC. I mean, I guess both CA, there is enough open areas that they can do the same kind of damage as well, but
I don't like this gate from Kasva. Like, this is like I've done this so many times where I drop a gate and just like, why the hell would I drop a gate right there? We do see Kasva adding another stable, so it will be knights opening. But that's gonna go down straight away. There are spears in position, so it might not be the worst thing ever. And now Kasva dropping a second gate, realizing areas are a little bit tricky. I kind of would love to see Kasva sort of try and wall up this area a little bit. And ACCM actually mining stone for a tower on ACCM's, sorry, on Kasva's gold. Kasva can see it if he's paying attention. That could be huge in early Castle Age, not having access to this gold. But he does have 800 floating, so it also might not be the worst. He also is getting pike when he's got 22 spears in the field, 11 spears for ACCM. Kasva reacting a little bit too late to this tower though, so this tower will do quite a bit of damage and idle so many villagers. I don't think Kasva has a mark yet. I know ACCM definitely has. We see him selling, so buying 100 stone, possibly for another tower or for a TC somewhere.
So many resources for Kasva though.
And there's an overchop just as all this is happening. Disaster. There are pikemen on the way, and there is so many pikemen. Lightcav coming in for ACCM, but I don't think Lightcav is gonna do the trick here. We do see +2 attack coming in for Kasva. I'm guessing that's because he's making pikes and knights.
Other side.
The knight raids! There's only 2 knights and they're getting so much damage, so much idle eco time. They're killing villagers on the gold, they're killing villagers on the farms. I think Kasva has this. I have said this before, and I hope I don't regret this, but I do think Kasva has this. And even a bit of an accidental trap using that area where he walled off rather unnecessarily. Like, ACCM has to stabilize, but he doesn't have the wood to drop another TC if that was what he's planning with that little bit of stone buying before. And because he bought the stone, he now is going to struggle on the production a little bit, and the Kasva is back on the gold. But villager counts, Zab, are 52 to 50. So honestly, good damage there for ACCM as well, but I think better damage for Kasva.
And another tower going up. The Knights trying to get there, but ACCM, good job walling them out just in time.
That's so annoying. Hey Julius,
this is why the map's so exciting though. There's trushes everywhere. Iron Chef would love this.
But that palisade is looking like it might go down. I think the pikeman will be there just in time though to deter the knights. And then if you're playing as Kasva, you kind of got to go to this right-hand side of the wood. This tower ranges everything. Do you drop a siege workshop maybe?
Doesn't look like it. I think he's going to use his military advantage right now. He's pushing forward with the lumber camp. And I think this is something similar to what we saw in Red Bull Wololo. Or no, was it Wololo? I saw on this map one of the games that the players just took advantage of this. They pushed forward on their opponent's
I feel like that might have been a Jordan game, honestly. And maybe I'm misremembering, but I feel like that was a Jordan game.
It's probably happened quite often on this map, honestly. And just so many pikemen here coming in to push. I think Kasva's in such a strong position. He even got another dock up on the bottom side as well.
I would love to see, I know it's stupid, but I would love to see Arson come in just so he could take his tower down faster. I know it's a dumb idea. And the Knight's getting in on the gold again. I think this is all coming apart now for ACCM. Really strong opening, I think, for ACCM, but just not taking the best trades. Kasva, even though, in my opinion, having the weaker opening of the 2 civs, with the Magos having that free forging, doing amazingly to not essentially come back, but you know, keep up with the Magyar pressure and then take the game.
There we go. Kasva getting his first win so far and a really strong win.
And it was
really love to see
beautiful
that.
gameplay. The pikeman, like, he didn't stop making spearmen. Like, he was making spearmen almost the entire way through feudal, kept making them on the way up to castle age, and he didn't even go for light cap. He just went straight into knights and pike, which is obviously stronger than light cap and pike. Gonna be Malay versus Aztec. So I was expecting Kasva to go for the Koreans. Definitely was not expecting the Aztecs. Obviously not true clowns, oh boy. Hammer coming here with his fighting clown spirits. Now I think as the Aztecs in this scenario, you want to open with like a couple of eagles and try and secure the relics. But something unironically good here for ACCM is actually to open with Karambits. Karambits deal with eagles pretty well. They deal with monks somewhat decently. You can also go for like a scouts monk opening. You can also go for the crossbow monk opening. But I think my favorite thing here for ACCM would be to open with a faster feudal, going for a bit of eco, and then going into...
Elephants versus eagles.
Elephants?
Who rocks the Kasva harder? 3.
I don't think we're going to see elephants, just because Aztecs have such good monks. But it could be entertaining, you never know. But yeah, I do think that Kasva will go for the eagle monk opening, and I think ACCM should go for the faster feudal, go for a bit of eco, and then go for a castle at home and try and secure the relics that way. But if Kasva is like a huge clown, which I don't know if he is, he could also go for a fast imp monk treb, which I think would be absolutely beautiful. Forward castle Jags. You never know. 9 games played indeed. So we are currently at game 4. Oh, this is the 5th game, but we currently have 4 games played out of 9. I am so thankful to these 2 players for agreeing to play in this show match, because it is quite a grueling format, as Solden and Dave can attest to. The original format was 11 games, and both players were reasonably exhausted after it. Relic positions though, kind of in favor of ACCM. These 2 relics definitely closer to ACCM's base. This relic over here, somewhat closer to ACCM's base. This relic in the middle of nowhere, and this relic in favor of Kasva. Looks like Kasva actually got a hit off on the Scout Cav, and I think if you can get 2 hits off on a Scout Cav in Dark Age with the Eagle Scout, you actually end up trading okay in Feudal, because normally the Feudal Age Scout will kill the Eagle Scout with no mercy. ACCM looking like he's just doing a relatively standard Malay FC. He's not going to do that faster Feudal Eco approach. I think it's honestly the better approach as Malay to go for it, but I don't think it's wrong to go for an FC either. Run them through the gauntlet. Who would know that? Who would know what? I love that Kasva has this like little area in the back of his head. I mean, so does ACCM, but this area just looks pretty. It's very satisfying to look at. Kasva going a little bit later onto his berries. Maybe wanting to get the hunt in a little bit quicker and waste less food. And ACCM actually didn't push all of his deer just yet. He wanted to get some scouting information a bit earlier. It's super secure, exactly. Although, can you imagine if one player wanted to go for a bit of an onager push? Like, open with the onagers, flood the base with military. It could be Karambits, could be Eagles. I do feel as if Malay definitely have the tools to deal with Meso Sips though. Having full upgraded Arbalest, having the trash 200 Swordsman. So I think it can be a little bit tricky for Aztecs at certain points of the game against Malay. Who won on Islands? ACCM won on Islands. It looked like Kasva had such a strong position for ACCM with the fast Imperial Age time, going for Shipwright and Fast Fire Ship. absolutely dominating the Castle Age war galleys. Dropping the prediction 6-minute. I mean, to be fair, it's arena. It's arena. You lost 10 points. You should be ashamed, Sean. You need to gamble more, guys. ACCM going up at 22 villages, so maybe I was wrong in expecting him to go for the FC play, because 22 villages in Malay, not usually a build that you can go FC on. But I think if you're going for the fast feudal eco approach, I do think you want to try and go towards a 19 or 20 villager mark rather than 22, but 22 pops, that is. I don't think this is terrible though either. Maybe we'll see a bit of stone selling, but I think it's just going to be a bit of a feudal eco into a standard boom for ACCM. Kasva, on the other hand, looking like he's just doing a standard, good old FC. A little bit magi, but we all get what you mean there. Okay, to put the money where their mouth was. To be fair, Kasva, I don't think you can underrate Kasva on Empire Wars formats. Like, ACCM, honestly, absolute beast on Empire Wars. But I think Kasva really proved himself in the qualifiers. That he is really a force to be reckoned with. ACCM, though, with that double bit axe coming in, the horse color coming in, we're dropping lots of these farms. And Malay economy going into Castle Age, if you're doing this build, is absolutely insane. You end up with food floating. You can go for a faster Imperial Age if you need to. You can go on the stone, so you can get the Karambit set if you think that's the way to go. I certainly think it's the way to go here. Gotta get some elephants. Problem is, against Aztecs, you end up just giving Aztecs your own cheap elephants with their amazing monks. I think it's hard. I completely agree. Is the CA malfunction? No, he only clicked feudal at, I think it was 850 or something. Didn't need to click up any earlier, to be honest. He does have a bit of a gold float. Normally as Aztecs, you only want to send 2 gold, because you do have to start with the extra 50 gold. So maybe could have clicked up about 1 villager earlier. But this is not a bad build from Kasva. Decent of the blacksmith now as well, perfect. You're funny, 3k4 number ruined. Oh jeez. Magi ruining it for you. We just need to, you guys just need to gamble more, that's all. I'm very good for moral things here, as you can see. Encouraging you guys to gamble. Who would do such a thing? It was you, Arox. Oh boy. Oh, true, Magi. I didn't even notice. I thought it was you trolling them. Kasva on the way up to the Castle Age though, 2 minutes away. ACCM not super far off though. He'll drop a market very shortly, and then the blacksmith. It's actually known for a stable. Interesting. So he will open with the scout's monk approach. Have to wonder if I would prefer to see the crossbow monk approach, or honestly, as I said before, I think karambits were the way to go. I don't like these going for blacksmith. Usually you go for like a stable market, so you can rebalance your economy if needed. I think that Kasva is a top 16 level player when he's on his top form, but he's just inconsistent generally. I do agree. I think that Kasva, I mean, especially recently, has really shown how strong he can be. But his consistency before, I would say about a month ago, wasn't the best, but recently it has been really good. ACCM, though, about to click up, and he will be behind by about 1 minute. Already Eagles on the field for the Kasva, though, and they will be Castle Age Eagles against Feudal Age Scouts. And we can see here the Scout just trying to get away from those Eagles. They are pretty damn speedy, though, so they will better pick and choose what fights to go for. Kasva will probably drop a monastery now and 1 town center as soon as possible. But look at this, an 8 villager lead, and that is just all thanks to that Malay bonus. So the economy for ACCM is much better. What can Aztecs do here? Pretty much nothing, such that karambits are better. I think that you want to go for a slightly faster Imperial Age. push as Aztecs in this scenario. Probably, like, do you go, I think you have to go for like Eagle Siege or something. It's really hard. The other option is that you kind of go fast Imp Monk Treb, but obviously that's not the route Kasva went for. And look at that 6 villager lead. How insane is that? That just by being melee, ACCM essentially gets an extra 6 villagers, and they've been working for that entire time as well. Second TC actually being added earlier for ACCM than even Kasva. Kasva kind of lacking the wood economy at the moment. We do see +1 defense coming up for Kasva's Eagle Warriors. Monks though, currently going to be 1, soon to be 2 monks to 0 at the moment. And if Kasva can secure all those relics, the Aztec bonus on those relics is absolutely bonkers. Horde Castle Jaguars. Arf really wants to see Jaguars. Don't think we're going to see them, but it could be entertaining. One like I'm going to be eating the eagle there. It is quite low HP though, so it will want to be healed up by ACCM. The first monks going for those relics. Where's the other monk that Kasva has on the field? Okay, the other monk is going to go for this relic. Don't think it's going to happen, but another eagle sniping the the light cab over there, and the eagle's also engaging over here. We did see Kasva getting squires in before, so they are keeping up these light cab a tiny bit better. And so far, really good fights for Kasva. As why I was a little bit surprised to see ACCM going for the stable opening here, and Kasva might even be able to get in. Hold open with one of them, damn it. I thought honestly, if I were Kasva there, hold open with one of them, and just send other eagles in to be annoying. And now ACCM being forced to keep his monk in safely in the monastery, quick walling the villagers in so he doesn't lose any, and now Kasva gets so much scouting information done. You want your 10 puntos back? Well, you have to see. Really nice job there for Kasva, securing 2 relics for himself already. He does only have the 2 TCs down at the moment. He needs to try and get a 3rd down ASAP. Monk's trying to get a bit of conversion over there. No RNG in favor. But that relic, if I'm not mistaken, it's like 33% bonus on the relic gold. And we do actually see quite a few eagles for Kasva. I actually could see him getting the upgrades for the eagles and then going for a siege tower with the number of eagles he's producing. Normally, at least from my perspective, we don't often see this many eagles being produced in Castle Age, at least in this sort of monk war. But the monk is being left, and Kasva is trying to micro it around. Can Kasva get a conversion? He even gets a conversion! No way! So he trades 2 light cab for a monk. And that's honestly really good value for Kasva right now. ACCM still adding monks. I would be giving up on the monks right now. ACCM actually going to try and get conversions. Will he get even 1? Doesn't look like he'll even get 1. Wheelbarrow coming in for Kasva, already having those villagers walking a little bit. They're not walking fast, but having additional carrying capacity. But ACCM adding a 4th town center. And Malay are super dangerous with their faster uptimes here. But with 5 relics in for Kasva, it definitely looks possible for him to win. We just need to see a few more farms being seen because he is floating quite a bit of wood. And we do see 3 farms being added here, but we could see maybe another 6 being added over here. I really want to see a siege tower, guys. That would make my day. Oh, I love that you added your command there, Sean. It's beautiful. And Cass are going to be trying to eat more monks for dinner. Delete this one, I think. Okay. It does lose the Eagle Scale, and I think I would have deleted that one, but I think very good play so far for Kasva. It does look like a monk got sniped on the way home over here. But it will be 5 relics to 0, and not really a position you want to be on as any civ. Although maybe ACCM can force Kasva into investing into more monks. With this monk gonna get chased down by the eagle. Really good snipe there, and forcing more monks to be created by Kasva, and almost losing another monk over there. Oh, my conversion. It's so slow to convert a light cav. I do have to wonder if getting Sanctity here would have been good, just because it gives you, rather than making so many monks, have the 50 HP Aztec monks. Because they do get the extra 5 HP from the bonus as well. Thank you for the follow, Tanae. Delete the light cab, nice. Kasva deleting the light cab. And even if he doesn't secure this relic, he denies it from being taken for any time soon. Oh my god. ACCM is gonna get another monk because Kasva's Eagles are out of position. Maybe? Okay, just getting into position now. We see Heavy Plow coming in for ACCM. Enough stone for a castle. Handcart coming in for Kasva. Both players' economy is absolutely insane, but there's a massive difference here. 22 villages in favor for ACCM with that 4th town center. 4 relics, let alone 5, don't really make up that many villages difference until late game. And ACCM even getting handcart himself. Now, if the Eagles are looking over here, we may see this become a bit of a doubt castle. No loom on those villages either, but I don't think that Kasva is going to see it. Rather fortunately for ACCM, loses the monk, gets the light cab. And the problem is, going into late game, I much prefer to be in ACCM's position here. And Kasva lacking the building to click up. I honestly think ACCM might be, like, he'll click up much later, but with the melee bonus, it will still be a competitive uptime. No loom is the most melee thing you've ever heard. Why is that? I do think that Kasva will want to try and secure that relic, but he's going to try and probably sneak it around. Because he's lost, I think, about 4 or 5 monks throughout this entire trade. I love that as a, what's that relic emote? That's so cute. I love it. Okay, Kasva on the way to Imperial Edge. We see loom coming in. We see gold shaft mining. We see stone mining. But look at that ACCM clicking up just afterwards. And what did I say? Competitive, not just competitive. It's going to be faster for ACCM to be up. He's even making some karambits on the way up. And honestly, Kasva, if he sees karambits at this stage, I think he has to go archers. And to be fair, even a massive skirm could possibly just passing. Even a massive skirm can sort of deal with karambits in small numbers. Kasva should have noticed that. Arena is slow. Oh, I completely agree. Arena is definitely on the slower end. A little bit sloppy there from Kasva, allowing ACCM to get that relic in. Especially considering how the rest of Castle Age went. Problem is that long term, ACCM gets the better ups because Aztecs lack the armor. He gets Trash Two-Handed Swordsman to deal with everything else. Oh, villagers being pulled. The Eagles are gonna snipe the monk. But the relic will be within within ACCM's base. Eagle Warriors are gonna eat more monks. And this is really good value for Kasva. Idling the TC, getting a few monks out, sees the karambits, which is, I think, is the important thing here. Karambit actually kills the monk there. And does it? Oh, go! You're free. Never mind. And we see +2 defense only just coming in for Kasva now. Maybe he's hoping to mass enough Eagles to overwhelm the karambits, but usually it's the other way around. I think this is a misplay from Kasva. I think he has to drop like 4, 5, 6, 7 ranges. Bit of a pause coming in. Hopefully nothing too terrible. Maybe one of the players just needing a small break during the 5 games they've had so far. Do karambits actually have bonuses against Eagles? I think they might have a small one. Yeah, +2 sounds about right. But it's also about the numbers you can get karambits in versus Eagles. And the fact that they're so much cheaper as well. We even see elite karambit coming in from ACCM already. And the game is back underway. Crop rotation? I don't think I've seen crop rotation in a proper game for ages. Normally, though, this is, I think, maybe a little bit of a mistake from ACCM, or maybe it's not, to be honest. Normally, when you're playing Karambits, you want to get the attack upgrades before the defense upgrades. That being said, maybe against Eagles, the defense upgrades make more sense due to the Eagles having quite low base attack. Looks like there's a bit of a lag spike on my end, my apologies. Chemistry coming in, forging and +4 defense. 4 Rangers being dropped, Kasva having to respect the Karambits coming in. And I think in Kasva's situation, you open with some arbs and then transition into Attal skirmishes. But 2 traps in the field for ACCM and Kasva, not even with a castle just yet. And that 4, I don't like that he built all the production forward because now these 2 traps can just kill all the production. Not looking too fantastic for Kasva right now. He is taking stone on the outside though, and it doesn't look like he can easily deny this. But what's that? Villager killed by a stray trap shot? I think that was a villager killed by a stray trap shot. That's pretty funny. Eagles taking a bit of a fight against these Karambits, but it's just not good for Kasva. I think if he already had a castle up, a few Jaguars, maybe could do okay. Now Kasva already ahead of it though, having a blacksmith elsewhere other than just in the front. Dropping the castle in the back, recognizing that he's in a bit of a squeeze. Problem for Kasva, his stone is forward, his remaining gold is forward. If he loses his position, he's just dead. Second castle on the left-hand side. Karambits though are on this area. Very hard to deal with this number of Karambits. We do see the capped ram here getting engaged on by the eagle. The eagle looking to try and clean up that capped ram. I don't know what Kasva can do here. He doesn't have the ARB numbers to clean this up. He's only just getting Vodkin. And the other thing here is that he doesn't get Thumb Ring, which I feel like is really helpful in these scenarios against mass Karambits. They do have chemistry though. Oh, did the university go down before chemistry completed? I think the university even went down before chemistry completed. Ballistics now coming in for Kasva. The Kasva's dead. Hey Phillian, how are ya? Grammars will also have arms and high numbers without thundering. Yeah, definitely. And it's really rough. And look at how close these TCs are.
Oh boy.
It's gonna be an absolute fiesta. I don't even know if it's gonna end up going to Castle Age with the TCs being this close. Like, we might see a Trush Fiesta, and then that really does favor the Spanish, right?
I just want to say, like, this is definitely a situation that I personally think it's good for the Spanish player. But the interesting thing is, like, if you look at the stones, there's like 1 stone in between ACCM and Kasva on the south, and then on the right hand side there's another stone for Kasva. So even that is favoring him.
And he even has the house. Once he gets Town Watch, he'd be able to see any villagers going towards this stone over here. Like, this looks like a really good position for Kasva already, and we're only at minute 2.
Yeah, neither player knows of the location of the other player though, so it might take some time before it's found out about, but it's very likely that the players will find it. They will end up scouting balls and whatnot, and speaking of which, they are kind of like in a little circle around the players too, so it's a little bit of a race for the balls. Kasva does find a ball kind of in the south there, kind of looking for a dock position there.
ACCM
Very cozy setup.
Do you reckon that's intentional? Do you think that ACCM may be similar to me, doesn't really like playing Nomad, just wants this game to be over already?
I think ACCM will be someone that definitely plays Nomad. I think his builds just kind of spawn close together, so he used all builds to build a TC.
Okay.
Which is kind of why we see the TCs going up at a similar time, although Kasva had like the Spanish builds, right? But yeah, now he's sending a build to Dock, and he's gonna find a very pleasant surprise there.
Oh, and I think if what Kasva would do here is wall in the wall here. I think Kasva needs to get Loom. But then do you want to lose the villager, like the TC production time?
Oh. It's a little bit tricky. Actually, ACCM is not going for the Veil kill there. There was not a specific rule about Veil fighting in Nomad after the TCs were up, right? Or am I mistaken?
Nothing that I put in anyway. Maybe respect for each other.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe Kasva just said a gentle no in the chat, and ACCM was like, okay, I guess that's fair arguing. But yeah, so the players will be docking very closely to each other, I believe, as ACM is sending a new Vil out to dock, I think. And
ACCM
yeah,
is
the
even going to be going
TCs
for the boar in the north as well, so that's 2 boars in already.
That's really nice about being Burbus, right? Like, you can really get these long distance balls in without having to worry about getting Loom, although he already got Loom anyway. But
He actually
yeah.
doesn't see the boar yet, so even though he's going towards it, it looks like he was just placed in the house. And maybe he's using the villager for a bit of scouting.
Yeah, definitely looking like it. So Kasva already has a fishing ship out now, and only now is the dock halfway up for ACCM. So the whole start in general is just a little bit better for Kasva, and given that they're this close and Kasva is Spanish, it's already looking like a game kind of slowly moving in his favor here.
It'll be an absolute shit show. Thing is here though, if ACCM can ever get to Castle Age, is that what do Spanish do against Burbus Castle Age? Do they have to go for like a pike for ambush and hope they don't die doing it, or?
I mean, Camel Archers are very expensive units at the end of the day, so you can still try and go for something like Skirm defense, develop a better eco, and then really just spam a lot of units at them, hope it works, but it is tricky.
It also could, something that could be entertaining, maybe I'm overthinking it a little bit, but Conquistadors, when you micro them against Camel Archers, especially in smaller numbers, you can actually get away with it a little bit until the Burbers have ballistics in, whereas Conks can more easily just fire their shots. They're gonna miss half the time anyway.
Yeah, that's a little bit tricky about playing Camel Archers in this matchup. Like, it's a really strong unit, but indeed it's just a little bit tricky to really get all the Brits in so they actually take the fights well. I kind of like what ACCM is doing though here with the wall, because that's really gonna save him a bit of time if Kasva is trying to rush here or anything, but Kasva is already, yeah. Just the fishing ship lead is kind of a big deal, honestly.
And the thing is, even though ATCM is born like this, I think Kasva did see that stone earlier. He absolutely saw that stone earlier. He knows that if he forces it into a tower war, that ACCM's only easy stone access is over here. Pretty sure he saw the stone. He even sees the stone that's towards the north area, so he knows that'll be another area of contention, essentially. So even though ACCM getting 3 boars in, I think it's going to be a little bit rough if Kasva is up first. Maybe if they're up at the same time, then ACCM can preemptively get a tower down, possibly.
Yeah, although ACM definitely did get quite a bit of balls in, like Kasva is actually still higher on the food count currently. Both players having a few vills queued, Kasva having 200 food in the bank and ACM only 60.
And that
So
is also
that's,
having the fishing ship
close.
advantage as well, wasn't it, in this situation?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's more fish all the time, and they also just have been working for longer, and it will become slightly inefficient over time, but for now it's super relevant.
Oh, and ACCM sees the gold pile over here and wants to just put a house on it, just so it can be notified if Kasva ever wants to take the gold.
Yeah, that's a nice move. But Kasva has all the resources he wants on the right hand side of him. There's even another deer patch, another gold, another stone. It's kind of nice that yeah, Kasva has a really nice map here. Like, all the resources are away from ACM, and ACM kind of has the opposite, but all the resources are kind of leaning towards Kasva, so it's gonna be tricky.
I really hope to see Kasva going for like a really aggressive trust here. It would make the game so exciting. We do see him clicking up after this villager, but look at things say just force drop those villagers. ACCM probably gonna force drop his in a second though, and he does actually have a almost 2 land villager lead, partly due to that TC idle time from Kasva.
Yeah, that's definitely kind of compensating for the fish there. So that's kind of nice, especially as the fish will grow a bit more inefficient over time. It's really gonna work out, but honestly, I'm kind of curious what the players are going to do, because neither is on stone yet, and they're up kind of late for its rush, in my opinion, too. So in that sense, it's kind of looking as if both players are planning to play FC, but yeah, no stone whatsoever. So I'm really curious what the plan actually will be.
I think it's maybe a touch greedy to go FC when you're this close to each other. I think both players at least recognize that they'll be somewhat close to each other because they've seen villages from each other, even if they haven't seen each other's TC specifically. But yeah, he's
Yeah, but
and you're noting here, Castle are actually almost with Castle Age resources here. And ACCM with those 4 balls that he got in, it more than makes up for the slightly delayed fish. He's even adding a second dock.
Yeah, but honestly, both plays were pretty late for standard food timing for Nomad. Like, there would usually be like 21 population or something, and they went up at like 27 instead. So maybe not the smoothest start for the player in terms of resources available, because they were kind of sharing and scaring this game. But yeah.
I love that ACCM has added an outpost somewhere. I don't know where it is, but I know he's added one. Oh yeah, he's added it to the right hand, the top area where the berries are. And do you know what? I really like what Kasva's doing here. He's adding 2 fire ships, and then he's just gonna click up to the next age. Although,
yeah, also
not the best wood economy.
Yeah, the wood eco is gonna be a bit tricky here indeed. He also added a second dock, so the fires will be up pretty nice and timely. Similarly, ACM is queuing 2 fires too, so we're gonna have a bit of a battle on the water, and then Kasva will be going cast age pretty rapidly. But ACM is getting double bid-X here.
Do you think that maybe he wants to stay in feud a little bit longer, or does he just recognize that his food economy isn't strong enough to click up that as quickly as he initially wanted, do you think?
I feel like this is a very risky scenario for ACCM where he's just kind of barely lacking the food to go up, but now as the brawl is kind of happening on water, his fish is gonna idle more, maybe get sniped, and that might actually remove him from cast rage like a lot, so it could be a little bit tricky.
I love that there's a bit of a fishing ship blocking the fire ship there. It's so funny. Obviously, you don't want to lose the fishing ship if you can avoid it, but tanking a tiny bit of damage that's huge. But Kasva is not adding. Okay, now he is adding, but he wanted to get to Castle Age, so he couldn't add any more fishing fire ships just yet. And ACCM's got his next 2 already on the prowl.
Oh, wow, the fire ship is stuck in all the fish from Kasva trying to block it. Amazing.
Oh, that's beautiful. It does look like the repair villager can get there. And Kasva probably going to be losing his water. Question is here, does Kasva care that much? Does he then just drop a castle? He's not on stone though. So I don't know what his plan is in Castle Age, but at the moment it looks like he's willing to chill a little bit in Castle Age.
He's even adding a 3rd dock right now, Kasva, that is. So it's kind of looking as if he's planning on contesting the water more. But if you're this close to each other in this matchup, I feel like there should be other plans on the agenda rather than that. And ACCM is going on stone.
I don't like this for Kasva.
Neither. I just want to say I'm not a big fan of what's happening here. I feel like he's focusing water too much for how close they are together, and ACM is now just going very heavy on stone. I feel like he had a bit of a lead, but I feel like he might wash away quickly. There's also like no barracks or stable follow-up, so what is he gonna do in Castle Age?
Siege and or boom? But he's sold stone. Oh, Kasva, not like this. Even getting a little bit housed there.
Like, the best thing I can think of right now is like go Monk Siege, but the castle drop is really good at defending against that, so you kind of need to make it work before ACCM can even get the castle in, but...
You even see the war galley / fire ship upgrade coming in as well.
And this is even worse for Kasva, right? Because not only is he going to invest a whole lot in water, but even though he's investing a whole lot in water, his fish is still idle, he's still losing fish, so he's not even gaining a lead from it at the moment either. So I feel like this is just getting a better and better position for ACCM that soon will be Castle Age, just deletes the walls and drops the castle, and there's nothing Kasva can do about it.
Bill fight with the bills. Is that the route?
I just don't think it will work, because ACCM will just pull more and more bills till the castle goes up, I guess.
And we do see all of Kasva's fishing ships going down as well at this point in time, and I just have to question why 3 docks on Nomad and why no stone.
If you're like on the opposite end of the map, I can completely understand contesting the water that heavily, but right now it feels a little bit sloppy.
Look at that tower.
Oh wow.
Like, Kasva recognizing that where that castle's gonna go dropping the tower. He's trapping the bills. I mean, to be fair, there's too much to wall to keep the bills in.
Yeah, because of course these walls are just from ACM, so we can delete. But the tower is up already.
It's coming in. It's gonna be costly for ACCM, but with 27 villages, there's no way in fucking hell this castle doesn't go up.
It's kind of silly though. Like, only one Vil died to the tower. Like, there's one Vil just running away, kind of fine, and only one Vil went down. Actually, made that too soon. No, only one Vil went down there. That was just not worth it.
And he even invested in fletching as well. Castle, there's no way, right? Like, I mean, both players have 0 on. Okay, if Kasva has 4 on food somewhere, ACCM has 4 on food somewhere as well now. The difference is that ACCM's gonna be making camel archers, even with just fletching. They can be so irritating. And Kasva can't make anything right now. Like, you'll have to make a tower on this storm, which will then delay getting a castle up, and then he's using the strictly worst unit in the matchup.
Like, yeah, do you try and get a castle yourself and then just build a unit that gets hard counters already? It feels very awkward. I feel like he just has to play something like Skirm, but even that feels slow now. And yeah, Kasva has water control.
He's got
but
0
exactly, that's like no fish.
Disaster. And his remaining food economy with those berries expiring has gone 2 villages down from that one camel archer. Absolute beast of a unit.
Like, Kasva invested everything in water, and at the end of the day, ACCM still has more fish than him because he redocked in the north and just has 4 happy fishing ships and a castle in Kasva's base.
I absolutely
just
love
amazing,
that he went for that back dock, because now it means that Kasva's investing in killing the dock on the front and not really getting any value from these fishing ships. He did add another fishing ship, it looks like he's adding another one now. But ACCM even going to be adding a siege workshop, so Camel Archer siege, and what do you do as Kasva to defend this?
Oh boy, I just don't really know. Like, maybe he wants to go for like a defensive castle, use the food eco, try and get Imperial Age earlier and see if he can get the Berbers castles down, but it seems like a very long stretch to actually make that work, if I'm completely honest.
And ACCM going for Rams initially. I would have assumed that you'd want to go Mangonels first, because I think unless you save up the Rams and then go for the push, if you see one Ram as castle, you can kind of beat it down a little bit, and then you drop a siege workshop in panic.
I guess it is kind of nice to take out a market, and games with a very messy eco like this, like denying the market can be somewhat crucial, but Manga now could have done somewhat the same thing. Now Kasva has time to add his own siege workshop, but honestly, Kasva's eco is so inefficient behind this, and he's still just, because of how inefficient it is, he just can't add any fish. So he's not really getting an eco lead anywhere. Yeah, it's just rough.
Thank you for the follow, Kaz's Belly. I completely agree with you though, so like, if these 4 fishing ships weren't alive for ACCM and bring in food, I think we could argue that Kasva is in a, not a good position, but in a position where it's not as bad as it could be. But with those 4 fishing ships, as well as a general economy lead, we can see ACCM with 14 on food. The Kasva's 2. With the castle, with the siege workshop. He's even getting Bodkin. I don't see any way that Kasva can win this.
Neither. Like, Kasva doesn't have a TC on the wood on either. He literally doesn't have wood income. I'm kind of surprised he's still playing on at this point, because it's really fun to control water, but if everything you can do is like make 2 fishing ships, then I'm not sure whether it's really a significant lead.
Going for a castle hill, but the castle, it doesn't secure any wood.
Exactly. Like, it needed to be a little bit south so we can actually maybe get the wood behind it or below it or anything. But right now, it's fun. Like, if he is imp, he will have a hill advantage and whatnot. But how is Kasva ever going to get in?
This is a never imp situation. Looks like Kasva was going to try and wall those camel archers a little bit. And at least one camel archer will go down, but all respect to Kasva, I just think ACCM beasted this. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. And
I think it's just such a shame to play for the Castle Age here and then not do anything in Castle Age on land. Like, by playing Castle Age, he lost his fish because of the feudal pressure of ACCM, but he didn't really gain an advantage on land and instead reinvested on water, which was already kind of like a suboptimal cost because his fish was already down the drain. And now, yeah, he doesn't have anything going for him.
I mean, he has 4 fire ships that are just kind of patrolling back and forth. Now he is sending them off to try and see if ACCM is stocked anywhere else. But honestly, if ACCM really wanted to here, he could go and win water now as well behind all of this.
Yeah, but I feel like for ACCM there's just no point. Like, just pressuring the wood economy of Kasva on land will keep down the food eco and water from Kasva like enough. That's the main reason.
ACCM's
Force him
gonna
to invest
cap
wood.
that. Oh my god. And because the castle's not in range.
Oh, he needs to build another
Disaster.
tower.
And
I
that's
think in
more
like 2
investment.
minutes. In 2 minutes, Kasva get him more stone than any other resource, I think.
And that's the slowest one to come. He's even taking a straggle up with those 13 villagers. I mean, I know a Nomad, I'm not sure if it's called a straggler tree still. But it functions as a straggler here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think creative and see what Kasva can do here.
Maybe
but,
he
like,
thinks
he
that
has wood
ACCM's eco
income.
is worse.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I guess he's kind of thinking like, okay, I have water, I just need to get a water eco going, and maybe I can get to him barely and swing back the game. But the issue is like he's losing so many villages. There's another 4 or 5 fields going down on the stuff, even more.
He's not paying attention. Where is he looking? Like, I think he's focusing on the fire ships in the water. He must be.
It's like the summary of this game, just fire, Kasva being occupied with the fire ships on the water, and apart from that, it's kind of being beaten on land for basically free. And
I love
Yeah,
that
the build
ACCM
difference is at
expanded over
19.
here as well, by the way. Third town center going down on the gold. It's ready for it.
I think especially the expansion with the triangle of outposts on the right hand side is very crucial in this match.
It's like the Illuminati.
Oh boy. Yeah. Well, we have to admit, like, ACCM doesn't have an amazing food eco either, but it will do. He can make vills. He doesn't need to rush to imp because Kasva won't be imp anytime soon either. So
And even
he can
if
okay.
Kasva gets to imp, what does he get to imp with?
Yeah, good
Conquistador
question.
helps to kill the ram. The Camel Archer's gonna be taking a couple of extra shots. Maybe
Yeah,
maybe Kasva goes around with these 2 conks. ACCM is drinking or something and doesn't see the 2 conks killing like 10 bills. Maybe 20 bills actually at this point. And look at ACM using the market here. It has to be MGG, right? There's no way that Kasva...
Yeah, it has to be MGG. Like, I get the idea of Kasva here. Like, you feel like maybe I can use the food eco of the water to get in first and then get traps out. And if I can stop Burbers from making camel archers, then suddenly Kongs are good again, right? But it's just he's so far behind, and he probably just overestimates his own position in the game here a little bit. But as soon as ACM is imp, I think he'll realize it.
And even if, let's say, camel archers won on the field, like, if you can get to a big enough mass of camels, like, conks are still gonna die either way. If you can go genitals, the conks are gonna die. Like, Berbers have lots of options.
Even regular skirms with a way bigger economy will be problematic because he can just bark. He can bark the skirm somewhere to keep his eco safe and start pushing a different direction. It's just a little bit tricky.
Well, 2 camel archers going down to 2 conks, 1 conk going down. Good trade there for Kasva. But he'd need a miracle trade, not a good trade, to be in a competitive position. We do see a second castle being added by ACCM on a nice hill here. ACCM just being absolutely amazing with this expansion. Now dropping a barracks, probably to get those upgrades for the camel archers through this archery range and the stable. And Kasva heading a castle over here, but the GG is about to be called. What do you predict?
Oh.
I've seen this, so I can't say anything, but...
Ooh. If I had to guess, it would be Celts Bulgarians, maybe? Question mark. Ethiopians can be very strong too, though.
I can tell you now, you won't guess it. It's Burgundian Saracen, so...
Wow, that is probably the last if I would have guessed, honestly.
I've never seen, like, these 2 civs on Serengeti. ACCM, honestly, like, he had Bulgarians, but I think he wants to save that for... Maybe it's that Golden Swamp? Is Ethiopian's Golden Swamp? Like, it feels like a bit of a weird civ for Serengeti, but maybe with a Burgundian eco, if you play something a little bit greedy and gets away with it, it could be alright.
I guess
Saracens are the extra HP camels.
Oh, okay, yeah, and then Bulgarians for the Socotra and then Ethiopians for Golden. So I think that does make sense. Interesting though. Yeah, okay, because Celts of course was going to be for Golden Swan too. I just felt that Saracens then would be for Socotra to do some sort of market abuse into.
That's what I was thinking as well. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
the Kasva doesn't really have a good other Serengeti civ. But at the same time, maybe you just kind of respect the situation you're in and sacrifice this game and try and win the next two. Because ACCM is already 5-1, you know?
Oof. Yeah, that do be rough, and it's gonna be an interesting matchup though. Like Burgundian, I just have to make sure I don't say Bulgarians instead of Burgundians.
It's so
And
hard,
then you also
isn't
have
it?
Bohemians. Oh,
And then, like, because, like, just in general with all the B names, you got Berbers, you got Britons. There's like 6 or 7 civs starting with B.
yeah, but the worst thing in my opinion is with Burgundians, Bohemians, and Bulgarians. They were all in like the last 3 upgrades. One of those
That's so
civs
true.
were like all in, and so that makes it even more confusing in my opinion.
So,
Ah.
obviously, both players will likely want to go scouts here. Do you think there's an argument to be made that Kasva goes like some sort of market abuse all-in scouts? And then ACCM almost wants to try and skip as much fuel as possible as he doesn't get bloodlines?
I think it's a very interesting kind of scenario because yeah, as Saracens you kind of want to make that work with the market somehow and kind of all in, and then into camels it's pretty decent with the free additional HP on the camels. I'm just yeah, I get that Saracens do get bloodlines, but at the same time Burgundians do get like a lot of eco upgrades in feudal age, right? So that's another reason why you maybe don't want to keep it in feudal for too long against Burgundians, because they will just have those economic upgrades lead instead of bloodlines.
It's a bit of a weird scenario where normally on Serengeti you see this all-in kind of feudal into a really long castle age, but neither of these civs really want to play, at least in my opinion, for that long feudal. Maybe a long castle age for both of these would be good though, especially with the Burgundians.
It is kind of interesting because you have the camels with additional HP, you have the cavalier, so they have just additional attack over the knights, but then it's not that simple because they can also go expo and pikemen. Another thing I learned from a song one time. So yeah, but of course mobility will be a thing on top of that, and Saracens could even consider going something like Kev Arches
Oh, I think that would be really
as an
good
addition
actually.
there. But I think it's very tricky how you do the timings and how you do the transitions. I think this is a match that's very based on timings and getting the right thing at the right moment.
Hey Macau, and see you later. Hope you have a good day, by the way. I just, like, I've never seen these two civs on Serengeti. I kind of actually love having Serengeti towards the end of this format, because if you've then gone for a bit more of a counter pick, it does leave you with these sort of odd civs for it that you may not have initially thought of picking on it. And honestly, I think long term this must be better for Saracens. Like maybe, like, if Saracens can go CA, I feel like Burgundians kind of have a bit of an awkward situation against CA. Saracens can go for the stronger camels. Burgundians kind of struggle against that.
Okay, I just quickly want to point out 2 things. And first thing is Kasva dropping the bags for the Primrose Rush, but also like the map of Kasva for Serengeti standards is actually really good. He has the lumber camp is placed a little bit awkward, but he could very easily make a small box that contains his berries and his gold.
I actually didn't notice that, but that's
fine.
amazing, right? Like, he's going for the Primo Rush. I think even for a Primo Rush, maybe a touch on the later end. It looks like he kind of realized the map he had, and then decided, okay, you know what, Drush would be really good here. But
I think delaying it on the Serengeti is a little bit fine because you kind of want to push in quite a bit of deer, right?
True.
You don't have the second boy, you want to push in the deer, and you kind of want to scout your opponent if you go for the rush anyway. But that's a bit double. Maybe an earlier rush would also be good because then you can use the militia to scout. But it's a little bit. You can make an
eat
argument,
all
I guess.
the deer with the militia. If we're thinking in
Exactly.
that way. After seeing that game yesterday between, I can't remember what the names were, but on your stream yesterday, it just looked like,
Oh, black against Wokul or
That's the
something.
one.
Cool. Yeah.
and they were just like completely laming each other. I can't get that out of my head, so I've been tortured.
These kind of games are just such a pain, honestly. It just feels so bad. Like, you know, using militia to lame deer, okay, sure, that's fair play. But like all the veil laming early on, what a disaster.
Kasva actually building a mill on the remaining ostriches and zebra. Going for loom, maybe trying to force him way up. He only made 2 militia, maybe recognizing he won't get that much value out of them. But I feel like if you're gonna make a barracks and you're gonna go for a drush, like most of the time, unless you're playing Lithuanians, you're gonna want to do the 3 militia.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of confused what the whole thought process of Kasva is here. Like, he's not really committing to more walling, but he's also not really going for very fast uptime, and I don't think he will be able to, like, very solid flush follow-up. And yeah, 2 militia instead of 3 just was kind of weird.
And the weird thing here as well, so is that Lithuanians were open. I feel like Lithuanians are good on not so much on Empire Wars, sorry, but they're pretty good on Nomad, for example, as another civ. Persians and Malians are both open for Nomad, by the way, as well. And they're also pretty decent on this map. I feel like the civs they have picked aren't as flexible as other civs might be.
Yeah, I think maybe the whole drafting idea went a little bit different than they anticipated, as in what they thought they would be using where, and now they get being a little bit creative with what they want to do exactly. Kasva is now just clicked up to Fiddle Age, he's going on gold, so we'll be doing an Archer follow-up, but that's with 25 builds, like that's pretty late for regular Russian. Oh, actually he's getting in there in ACCM space.
ACCM going for a range opening. This isn't Serengeti. Like, why is there a drush into like a sort of later feudal with only 2 militia? Why is there a range going down? Why are my scouts? Where is my cavalry? Is what I've got to say. And why is Kasva long distancing the villagers over here? Oh no. Okay, you just realized just in time.
I am a little bit confused. I feel like ACCM is switching it up because he thinks that Kasva is actually fully wall behind this and might be doing something else. And that's why he doesn't want to invest in the scouts, but then the Kasva is kind of semi-late up in here and is going into a range that might play again into like any scum follow-up from AC. It's a really strange game. I can kind of see why it's happening, but oh boy, the Drush getting more value.
I'm surprised at how much value, considering it was a 2 militia Drush. And the 2 militia are full HP, mind you. The scout is still full HP.
They actually killed 2 vills. That is very significant.
That's bonkers. This entire game has been this entire series has been bonkers. Kasva still 0 walls at home, by the way.
Yeah, and Kasva's just kind of chilling. It's like, okay, insane rush value. We're just playing an Arabian map. I'm feeling my flow again, and Kasva is giving himself a good setup for this game so far. Not gonna lie.
I feel like the weird thing here is usually on Serengeti is like, okay, you've opened with a drush and you've gone for a fast uptime. Normally, your first thought is, okay, my opponent's already in feudal. I'm gonna drop another building because otherwise I'm dead, right? But in this situation,
yeah,
like archers aren't that scary, at least on their own. In this situation, Kasva can just drop a range at home and make a couple of skirmishes if he wanted, or he can go for his own archers. Maybe drops a market and goes for a faster uptime.
I think it's really just that ACCM didn't want to invest into scouts here because he was afraid that Kasva would like FC behind it or something. But I think that just makes the game a little bit weird for both players in a sense.
Kasva barely managing to scrape away with that scout alive.
Oh, and the 5 HP scout is on the hunt for the 2 HP scout here. Will he get it?
Who will win?
I think he will, Shadow.
Oh, who wins? Come on, Kasva doesn't notice he loses the scout.
He had one shield, but he let it pass. And now Kasva is working on getting fully walled, getting a market out. Did he? Yeah, he's 2 archers out. Does have the blacksmith up, but that isn't enough to kind of deal with what ACCM has here. Although ACCM doesn't have a blacksmith
the lion
yet.
takes one of them out.
That's fair. Yeah. In theory, that shouldn't happen right with the archers around, but the skirm, not the skirm, it will survive.
That poor lion. Kasva does manage to quick wall these areas up though, and he does have 2 ranges.
Ooh, there is a theoretical hole. On the bottom right? Yeah, okay, so Kasva just clicked out of it and found a hole there, so
Love
we'll be
it.
patching that up in time.
Absolutely meticulous by Kasva, realizing that one of these areas that you lose is if there is a hole. But Kasva selling stone, and the massive difference here is that ACCM actually has an economy, and Kasva is playing Saracens and just doing the usual shenanigans.
Yeah, and Kasva is up quite a bit closer to Castle Age because of that, and will be going up quite a bit earlier. But honestly, like ACCM's eco behind this isn't too bad. He's already preemptively towering the gold, being kind of afraid of a counterattack, kind of wanting to make sure that that doesn't go wrong. And if Kasva hits Castle Age, then having the tower there is kind of nice too. It will kind of stop him from moving in too easily on the woodline and the gold there.
But we do see Kasva clipping up to the castle, and we've seen it so many times where the Saracens are scary. They can do so much damage with those earlier out times, and all of a sudden, you've lost like 10 villages to an early Castle Age push.
Yeah, it's just so easy to break in anywhere with these Saracen archers, right? Like, there's only palisade walls on the right-hand side. There's no way that ACCM can fully house wall that, so it's definitely something you have to respect. But if ACCM can get up to Castle Age, keep his gold and his farm safe, can get Cavalier out, then, you know, with the Saracen eco, it's a little bit hard to really get the right units out in that scenario. Like, making a switch to pikemen or camels is just a little bit tricky if you rely on the market so much trying to get up.
A minute difference, so like it's like Kasva needs like a really strong early Castle Age push here. We'll have decent archer numbers out, and I think the one concern I have for ACCM right now is that all of his woodlines are exposed. So Kasva can just go and idle all of ACCM's wood economy in early Castle Age, will then stop any additional buildings. We did see a bit of a double market block to stop the archers from getting in on the right-hand side of Kasva's base at the same time.
Honestly, the biggest bonus of Saracens is just easier rewalling with the market. That is
You're not
the
even
real bonus.
Memeing there, like 75 wood for a building that covers like 5 by 4 or something. Thing is here, it's just Kasva, like he obviously eats the wall like very quickly to Saracens, but does he think of camping the tower, or does he respect ACCM?
I think you just have to respect ACCM wall in the doubt. Like, those are 10 archers, soon to be 10 expo. If you try and walk under the tower and you get quick balled off, you're gonna lose like 4 of them, and the threat is just so much less. And you do need reasonable numbers to break in, right?
Is he doing it? He's buying food. Oh, he got Bodkin in. Doesn't he even have the first defense upgrade? I mean, maybe that's just Saracens in general playing class cannons. These stone walls aren't gonna do shit. Like, especially against that, yeah, easy clap with the crossbow there. Just Kasva just kill a few farms, kill a few villages. We do see a second tower going down for ACCM. I like his damage control, though, I have to admit.
I definitely like that he is able to get a tower up. Hopefully he doesn't lose too many vills for his sake there, but it's kind of fine. He won't be able to wall it though.
And the crossbow is kind of sitting underneath, but the problem is that ACCM is going for a crossbow of his own. But he's not sending his archers back, so he must be wanting to do forward damage. There's lots of skirms here though for ACCM that will be able to clean up those forward crossbow, and the score is kind of saying that ACCM in a very good position.
Yeah, and honestly, I think ACCM is in a pretty decent position because he will be able to do damage control here. He will be able to clear these archers, and this is the problem with sitting on the towers, right? Like, as soon as you start running away, you take some free damage, but honestly, the damage is not too bad there. But I think ACCM can clean this up, go back on stone, add TCs, and be in a pretty solid position, to be honest.
Also, hey, Big Mallow, thank you for the follow, Cab William. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Kasva is trying to get any value out of these crossbows he can. Both doing a bit of a dance. Kasva actually adding the second town center. Well, I was expecting it to be more all in on his end.
Yeah, me too, to be honest. But I think he's realizing like the double range play. I'm not sure. Let me check if he did see the university investment. He did see the university going down, so maybe that is why Kasva is like, okay, I guess I'm just gonna try and develop my eco then. Maybe rely on siege or my own expo to defend and see if I can maybe get an eco lead instead. And that's kind of what you would not expect, right? You think the Saracen player will be pressuring and the Burgundian will be trying to create an eco lead, but Kasva does have a full veil lead currently, so that's kind of nice.
I almost would have liked to have seen Kasva go for, still going for the crossbows, but going for forward siege in that position. Like, he was already in ACCM space, causing a bit of havoc. You could have sent 2 villagers forward and got a siege workshop up and really pressured this area. I think against Burgundians, you have to respect just how insane the eco is. Like, ACCM has had Bowsaw for, what, 10 minutes at this point, and Kasva only just got it in.
Ballistics now coming in for ACCM. The armies are going to be a little bit of a just passing moment there. The army is a little bit split up for ACCM though. Like it's 20 military against 15. But it's all kind of split up. So Kasva can take a fight and kind of be okay. He's also getting ballistics in now. So honestly looking pretty decent for Kasva still in my opinion.
Problem is that I don't know if I like that Kasva sending his crossbows forward. Normally I would. But when you know there's two towers in relatively good positions, the TC's also kind of helping protect quite a bit of eco as well. What damage can you realistically do as Kasva with these forward crossbows right now? Like, I think you can stop expansion, maybe you can harass a villager or two. But I think that, I mean, you see it now, ACCM with a much better position to do damage here.
Yeah, I think that is kind of like the main thing. And going forward here is one thing, but if you do not have a plan to defend your own base in the meantime, it becomes problematic, I think.
And it looks like Kasva actually lost about 6 villages, because I don't think he'd lost any villages up until that point. And
Yeah,
ACCM even adding another tower to this area, maybe a little bit overkill. I think I would have rather seen ACCM just go and wall in the initial tower. But it's all fine, honestly. He has so much eco lead anyway, because he's Burgundians.
It's a bit of a shame given that, you know, it could be resources they go to another TC instead. I think that's definitely like preferable in his position. Now he did some counter damage and he's kind of in an okay spot. But...
Oh, quick walls from Kasva. He's gonna lose 4 villagers if he's not careful. Nice micro. Holy shit, managing to only lose 1 villager. And I think he took out 3 crossbows in that same time, but he's sending the bills back maybe a little bit prematurely. Oh, micro from ACCM really on point though there. Taking out 2 crossbows, or soon to be 2 crossbows for minimal exchange, even getting a villain that time as well.
Kasva still having a tiny veil lead and military lead at the end of the day though, so it's still very equal game overall.
On the front as well. I didn't notice that while that was happening. Difference is that Kasva's gonna want to upgrade his crossbows eventually. ACCM's like, cool, I got damage with some Burgundian crossbows, I'm gonna go Cavalier later anyway.
And now ACCM is going for a lead skirm here, so definitely going to do a slightly more passive approach. He's also adding a TC in the back. Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of that TC, if I'm completely honest.
Like, what does it secure, right? It doesn't expand, and it secures a few trees.
Like 5 trees or something, basically.
Like, if you're gonna go for like sort of defensive TC that doesn't protect much of a woodline anyway, I think honestly on the hill with the gold might be a consideration for the defensive kind of position. Or you kind of want to get some map control with these elite skirm and try and TC somewhere else, I think.
Like even on the little woodline on the left or something, at least it would secure some additional wood. You already have so much towers in your base to secure the rest, so you kind of have a defensive structure already.
I love that Castle's adding a siege workshop to this hill, by the way. Like, it's in such an important position. I mean, I'm not sure about the TC initially. It's a little bit scary to have a TC on the bottom of a cliff. But I think the siege workshop there makes it somewhat justifiable.
And in general, he wants a siege workshop at this moment, right? He sees the elite skirm on the right-hand side if he paid attention to that. So he knows that ACCM is switching to the skirms here. So Mangonel addition makes a lot of sense here for Kasva.
Also, by the way, hi, Preeminent Monarch. I absolutely love Serengeti. It's one of my absolute favorite maps. That's why it'll pretty much always be in any map pool that I set for any event. Or at least on the consideration. Good micro from Kasva though. He's going to take almost no losses here. Is he even going to lose 1 crossbow for that entire cleanup?
Not at all. No +2 defense on the skirms yet for ACCM, making these fights pretty doable for Kasva for now. ACCM did add a 3rd TC now on the beautiful spot you pointed out earlier, Shadow. Great taste.
Oh, love it.
Yeah, the veil count is just still very close for the players. Like a 3 villager lead for Kasva. Slight, yeah, very close military, but I think... whose position do you favor here, Shadow?
If I'm 100% honest, right now with Kasva, because he's going to be adding mangonels, I think with a bit of mangonel pressure, even though we do see ACCM on stone, he's going to be pressured off a stone. I think you want a castle to defend a crossbow siege here, or you have to go into Cavalier. And maybe you could buy just that 300 stone, but it is quite an expensive trade, isn't it, after the Saracens have already ruined the market.
I mean,
how
I guess
about you, though, Salts?
I think I agree. I slightly favor the Saracen position here because I feel like you're kind of on a unicorn position you want to play with the Expos. You have the Mangonels against the Skirms out already. And I feel like a Cavalier switch is going to be too slow. And because the Cavalier switch feels a bit slow, I really like the way Kasva's base is set up. Like, it's taking a bit more space, has a bit more map control. And ACCM's base just feels like very bunched up, and if you're able to pressure with a solid composition, then that can be pretty good for Saracen.
Are you seeing this market abuse? So honestly, it might be cheap for ACCM to buy a castle the rate that Kasva is selling stone, and it looks like Kasva is going for a fastest imp. And can ACCM survive a fastest imp? I'm not entirely certain. We do see him now placing a stable and getting the first defense upgrade. But by the time that the numbers of knights are out, let alone the upgrades are in, I think that Kasva's in such a good position as long as he doesn't lose 3 mangonels to 1 hit. Please tell me you're paying attention, Kasva.
Oh, no.
You don't want to... Oh, I can just see it happening. Delete the mangonel ACCM. Doesn't even delete it. It's 1, it gets 2, it gets 3.
Oh, wow.
Disaster. He is Imperial, though, on the way for Kasva, so it could be worse. But that's not what you want to be... that's not a situation you want to be heading into Imperial Age now, not having any forward pressure.
So I wanted to just say that I feel like going Cavalier here is very technically just a bit too slow. I feel like by the time you actually have Cavalier with +2 defense, your opponent has Bracer in, an Art Mess, and it's just going to be very hard to find a good engagement. But yeah, by clearing all these mangonels, maybe ACCM can actually get a decent fight against the Expo and kind of thin out the numbers before they become up, and then suddenly Cavalier become very solid.
And the crossbow skirm raid on the woodline, they're taking another 2 villages. Eco KG 7 to 11 in favor of ACCM. I still have to wonder though, can ACCM hold off against this early Imperial Age push? Because if Kasva is allowed to go forward with these soon-to-be ARBs with Bracer and probably early-ish chemistry, it's gonna be like Saracen E building time, right?
Yeah, definitely. I just, the thing is, like, he really does need the ARP numbers though, because otherwise 3 stable Cavalier can maybe still overrun a small ball of ARPs, right? I'm not sure. Let me just double check whether Tomb Ring is. There's no Tomb Ring in either, so that's another thing kind of necessary in that scenario. ACCM is kind of expanding on the right hand side, so.
I love
and the base of ACCM is very compact. Yeah.
Ring now coming in for Kasva, and he won't. I mean, he's gonna use that. We can just assume at this point he's gonna use the market to get Bracer and chemistry, and ARB for that matter. But it is a little bit lacking in terms of the economy and economy balance for Kasva right now, with all of those villages on gold. Or can we get a decent shot on the skirms? It doesn't. Oh, not terrible, not the best.
That was a bit frustrating to see. Like, the Mangonel didn't want to pass the units and didn't really get a hit in on the exposed. It would make it a lot easier for Kasva to actually start pushing. Because honestly, at this point, he wants to be at the front of ACM's base, right? So as soon as Bracer and ARB is in, he starts hitting relevant stuff. But instead, ACCM is bringing him he's taking him home, making sure he has to stay there for a bit. And that's going to buy him some time to get enough military out to deal with the ARB ball.
That's the important thing right here, is time. Burgundians only get better with time in this scenario. We do see ARB and chemistry on the way. We do have a Bracer already in. But ACCM is just going to pop a castle somewhere. But do you think he places it on the front near the second stone? Or where do you think he places his castle?
Oh, that is a good question. He's sending a lot of vills forward here now. I think you can play pretty conservatively with the castle, right? Like, as long as it goes up and it protects your eco somewhat, I feel like you're in a good position. Because it's not like Kasva is gonna... I feel like you just walk around it as Kasva, right? I think that's the issue.
Like, I understand it. Like, you want to protect the front of your base. Yes, it does protect a few trees and maybe a stone. But Kasva can go, okay, cool, you're placing castle there, go to your right, go to your left. And it even gets the villager pick out of it. We'll see a bit of micro from Kasva to save the ARB. Doesn't need to. Doesn't lose anything for that one vill pick. Kasva, though, I think the risk here is that he might sit at home and wait for Bombard to come, and I think the play is to go around.
I think the thing is also, like, you can argue that, oh, but by building the castle, ACCM secures the hill in front of his base a little bit, but at the same time, like, there's still a hill from which Kasva can attack there with BBC, and it just really leaves the base exposed to the end of the day. If it goes down, it kind of forces Kasva to go to the right-hand side, and honestly, quite a bit of the eco of ACCM is on the right-hand side, so that might be really good for Kasva if he does end up spotting this.
And I feel very nervous for the villagers behind the TC, let alone in the TC, because this is 33 Saracen Arbs. The TC will last probably about, what? 30 seconds?
We can start counting if you want.
ACCM, okay, he recognizes his wood line is not in a great spot. 2 watchtowers. It does have botkin. We do see guard tower coming in. Cavalier diving under this TC. But I feel like you have to be a little bit careful as ACCM not to give away too many numbers. Yes, you're taking a couple of arbs out, but how many numbers does ACCM have at the moment? It's 11 Cavalier, 3 in Q.
Yeah, but I feel like Kasva, has he really gotten anything with his Imperial Spike here? And I feel like no, he killed the TC, but not the vills in the TC. He got like a few picks, but he didn't really get a good fight. And now ACCM is almost up to Imperial Age. He's going to be able to click +4 defense. He's going to be able to click cheaper Paladin. I don't think Kasva did enough with his imp here.
And I understand the whole play with the towers here and, you know, play around this area, but it feels a bit weird, right? I think he got way more value than I was expecting him to, though. Holy
I mean,
shit.
the guard tower will do somewhat decent against the Arbs, and yeah, that's. I think it's good enough. Like, even if he loses some vills here, just stalling the Arbs and killing a few Arbs for free is just enough. Like, all he needs is like, yeah, that is. He clicked Paladin before he even clicks +4 defense. What a mad lad.
Welcome to Burgundians, everyone. With the Paladin costing about officially peanuts, you can click Paladin pretty early with the Burgundians. I think Kasva is now even at the build count enough, though, to at least do something here. I'm just worried that Paladin, even if he gets to, like, say, 30 Paladin, that he's going to clean Kasva entirely.
That's kind of my issue with the scenario here. Like, it's fun. Like, Kasva has somewhat equalish Veil count now, but like his Veil count isn't very insane. Like, his farm count is very minimal. He's sitting on 18 farms, and I feel like this is the point where you need to switch into something that effectively deals with Paladin, because he has a fun R-bar, but that isn't going to be good enough. Like, he needs to get camels here or something. It's just not going to be good enough.
Oh, he's making more ARB, but I think that's a huge mistake. I think he actually has the resources and the ability here to go double gold comp for the moment. I think you have to, against Burgundians in the scenario, go for the heavy camel and ARBs. Yes, it's expensive, but I think it absolutely and utterly destroys what ACCM can field for the moment.
But Serengeti also has a good amount of gold, right? There's a lot of extra small patches of 2 tiles of gold. So, like, having a strong composition that can deal with a lot, that costs a lot of gold, is pretty reasonable.
He does manage to wall the trap in. It does get in. But the thing is, the Cavalier are going to be going down to the ARB ball. I do like that Castle managed to wall it in, though. It's very niche.
It's definitely small, crucial at the moment of the game. Saving the traps there definitely makes the position a bit better. Kasva now also kind of securing the big old hill on the left hand side. It's kind of nice. The veils on the stone on the left are kind of like that's
ravaging it, right? And Kasva left the traps here. He has got a meme Luke out, but the funny thing is that both meme Lukes and ARBs die to, guess what? Scums. I don't know. Where's the camels? We need to see camels. And Kasva, not with any gold control. We can see ACCM expanding to all those additional golds on the left-hand side. And Kasva has sold so much food. He's sold so much stone. He's bought so much food as well. And I don't understand the Mameluke. Even 3 of them is too expensive. I think you have to do a full camel play here. Or maybe you could even argue getting this at least enough light cab in front could sort of deal with the Paladin as well. We see another castle. It's gonna be 4 castles for castle, although there's one on the right hand side. It's not looking too good.
Oof, that one is having a bad day here. But yeah, I kind of agree. Like, the Paladin numbers are very limited for ACCM right now. If you look at this, it's food eco, only 37 farmers, still producing villages, making skirm too. It's a little bit tricky. It doesn't have overwhelming numbers, but I think
it's
Kasva
so
needs to
annoying,
make sure he
right?
gets something. Oh, definitely.
Like, because the Paladin can just run underneath the TCs, and they don't really care about castles as much as Cavalier do, of course.
I
And
do have to say, this is why I like the small Mameluke edition, because sure, it's garbage against the skirms, but at least you have something to chase the Paladin, right?
that's true, but I feel like you almost, like, I know maybe it's me being a bit nitpicky, but, like, Mamelukes are so expensive that you can start getting the camels invested into.
Yeah, the risk is just that the camels is going to be a little bit too slow, right? I think that is kind of the thing. Like, he does have the casters up. Sure, he doesn't have all the upgrades for the Mamelukes yet, but at least they're gonna do something somewhat immediately if ACCM tries to raid eco here.
I do love that ACCM built that outpost over there. He will save most of these villages. Neither player getting any relics in just yet. We'll have to see if Kasva can do like he almost used to do like a killing blow to the eco. It can't just be a decent amount of damage here. It has to be like, okay, you can't replace these paladin anymore sort of damage to the eco.
Yeah, lots of Paladin now coming in. It's a lot of ARBs too, though, like 50 ARBs. The Paladin are somewhat low HP too. It's only 13 of them. Definitely not looking like a fight that ACM really wants to take here.
I was actually thinking that Kasva should almost force a fight. Yes, there's a guard tower there, but there's nothing in it.
Yeah, it's just kind of hard to force the fight, right? Like, you can sit there and idle the farm, so that means that the skirms will circle around, and then ACCM will actually get a good fight. And if ACCM gets to clear up this ball of ARBs, then what does Kasva have? Nothing.
He has a game that's over. There's no way of winning at that point. We do see Bloodlines coming in for Kasva now, looking like he's gonna go for. He is going for heavy camel with 0 on gold. Oh no, Salt! Look at these skirms. Look at the paladin coming in as well.
Oh boy.
Although, if Kasva can clear all these paladin, which does actually look kind of likely, it at least gets rid of some of his problem. But the ARB number is getting thinned out quite heavily here. And we do see camels being added, but again, this is 0 on gold is a bit of a problem here.
It's just a little bit unfortunate, or maybe just suboptimal. Kasva is giving away all the gold on the left-hand side of the map. Like, so many tiles of gold, where like at least 10 or something, if not more. But he's just been giving it away.
Think of villagers for Kasva looking for work, and little do they know that unemployment in their local area is unfortunately high right now. And the Trebs on the front did kill that second and third castle. The killing TCs are killing production buildings. And again, I think Kasva had a completely winnable game. I think ACCM just played to his strengths. And Kasva not expanding to that left-hand side, as you kind of mentioned, basically lost him the game. He was using the Saracen market, but how long can you use the Saracen market before it starts to fail you?
Just not long enough. He did find a gold in the south now, and it's kind of like sharing and carrying with ACCM, but ACCM is like, no, mom, this is my gold. And then, yeah, stunning paladins and whatnot. Yeah, he's just sitting at 140 veils. He's able to push out elite skirms, fully upgrade. Actually, missing plus 4 defense, but yeah, I feel like the camel numbers are not good enough. Oh, Burgundians don't get... What? Oh, no.
The more you know.
The more you know.
The camels get the traps, though. Yay!
Yeah, but
Small victories. Yay! ACCM even going for monks to try and secure these relics. Honestly, like, I did think ACCM was going to win a showmatch, maybe like a 5-4. Maybe at a stretch like a 6-3 in favor of ACCM. But I think ACCM is absolutely killing it today.
ACM has been playing like a beast so far, and honestly, like a lot of games that I've seen, like Kasva was in a position where the game definitely was winnable for him, also outside of Dark Age, but it just didn't really manage to bring it home at the right moment, and ACCM just completely punishes that with a good follow-up.
Completely agree with you there. And like, it seems like Kasva gets a leading Castle Age and either goes for a fastish imp but doesn't really have either the economy to do much behind it, or doesn't have the map position to do much behind it. As we see more villages being eaten by the Paladin Skirm combination. And it's just kind of a shame, because I think Kasva more than truly could have won at least 3 of these games with the a lot of what he was doing, but just not really finding the finishing blow.
The camels don't even get +4 defense at this point. It's just a little bit sad. Like the bracer skirms with chemistry will actually deal solid damage against these camels. Just at
And
this
even
point,
when
it's,
they do have
yeah.
+4 defense, they're still doing 3 damage per shot. And the paladin, even though they are missing bloodlines, he hasn't had to invest as much into them. We did see ACCM even getting +1 for inventory, so he is thinking of either a half switch or he's thinking of the Flemish. I think it's more likely a half switch, but you never know. Flemish could be fun.
I mean, given that he's not continuing to queue Vills over the last bit, I don't think... Oh, and he just started queuing Vills again. Maybe we will see Flemish.
And even with the camels being, I think, in slightly better numbers than the paladin, this with the skirms behind it, those camels getting eaten. Good game for both, but ACCM taking the 7th game.
And it's also not really like it's setting up a better matchup, right? That's another thing, I think.
Oh, look how close, like, even for Empire Wars, they're ridiculous. Sorry, even for Socotra, they're ridiculously close. We see Kasva dropping a range rather predictably as the Koreans. ACCM going for a stable, maybe predicting that Kasva will go for a skirm opening instead
Yeah,
of
but
an
Kasva...
archer opening.
Kasva immediately scouts to the stable and is just dropping this tower right there on the goal. He knows.
Oh, I love it.
Wow, what an opening.
You can see why I think Empire was Socotra now, right?
I honestly think this is super entertaining. I would hate to play it, but to watch it, it's amazing.
Oh, we see ACCM responding with his own tower. We gotta remember here that Koreans have the slightly faster stone mining, and this is again, it's at least forcing it to be in the tower in ACCM's face. But ACCM is like, you know what? I don't really appreciate you being here. Get the fuck out. To put it bluntly, Kasva also getting a little bit housed under all the pressure.
A little bit housed. He's been housed for quite some time. I think both players actually were housed for a little bit here.
And the scouts opening from ACCM kind of making a bit of sense here, but I still feel like Bulgarians are a bit better.
I feel like on something like Runestones, this opening is brilliant as AC opens because you develop a great food eco. You're going to be up into Castle Age in no time. It's very likely that your opponent does open some sort of skirms. But on Socotra, I think I fancy having archers here, even if I have to play skirms myself.
Absolutely. We do see ACCM though dropping the range behind it, so it will be probably... I don't know if ACCM adds more scouts here, but it could be scouts archer, and I think that could be a little bit scary, especially if we end up in a tower war. I think that could have been really good for Kasva if he'd either managed to wall in the tower or managed to just have a little bit more military behind it somehow. I'm not sure how he would have done that. But I think with the scout opening there with the ACCM and then having that insane tower defense, it was just really well played by ACCM there.
Okay. Random suggestion. That hill in the middle, do you just yeet a tower on that so you control the hill? I feel like you should, honestly.
I kind of agree with you there, because the thing is, it protects the gold and the stone, for one. Number two, it also stops you expanding to the left. Not that there's anything to expand on this left area except for some wood lines. Even for Socotra, this map gen is really forcing both players to play right next to each other. We do see fletching and +1 defense thanks to the free Korean +1 defense bonus already in. For Kasva sending forward villagers to deal with the tower. He's got archers underneath the tower as well. I think I would camp the tower with 2 of those archers as well, to be 100% honest, but I guess it is in range of this other tower. Kasva recognizing that.
Oh. ACCM just rolling the boys again, but there's a whole lot of backup this time around. I don't think.
Especially with the hill. Like, I mean, there's just a few skirms that are going to help with this fight. But there's going to be repair villagers coming in. You might... Kasva might fight it. Needs to repair this slow.
There's no +1 defense on the skirms for ACCM either, and... the tower can just fire at the skirms, and... Is it working? Is it working though? What do you call working at this point? No, I think the tower is actually staying up here. There's more archers coming in. I feel like in Kasva's position, you just want to pull more fields here and fight the fields under the tower.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. Yeah, yes, you might take some losses, but he even loses the tower assault.
Oh, that feels really rough for Kasva, not gonna lie. I feel like that was such a crucial position, and he also loses the berries because he loses the tower bar, and
I think
that's just very
a
ugly.
Misplay, honestly, I think it's either go a quick wall, do something,
Just pull the fields, honestly. Like,
pull
that
the
position
fields.
is so crucial. I think he just had to play that, because now his berries are denied on a map where, like, resources are so scarce. It was such a good position on the hill too, but now ACCM kind of gets to continue. Like, really well played by him, but also such a shame that Kasva kind of dropped that position.
Let's see how many vills will go down. It looks like at least one, maybe two. Oh, the one villager manages to get in just in time. And now it's no longer a situation where Kasva can kind of just, you know, play chicken with the tower here. He now actually has to fight the tower. And ACCM is like, okay, I've done this twice before. I'm quite happy doing this a third time.
Oh boy. I mean, every time he does it, he loses like 2 or 3 vills, so maybe that's a way for Kasva to get back in. But yeah, this time Kasva is like, okay, you can pull vills, I can pull vills too. So we're just having a bit of a fist fight here, man to man. And I don't know, it's looking... Tower is going down for ACCM, the tower is also going down for Kasva. And
Kasva's hitting more vills to the second tower. There are 3 vills in this tower behind it. They will be killing villagers. It's a complete villager war right now. 1 villager going down over there, 2 villagers going down over there. Scout surviving, villager count roughly even.
I mean, you mean the general villager count or the amount of villagers running in the middle of the map? Because I feel like that is what we're wondering about at this point.
I mean, it's currently 8-14 in favor of ACCM, but that's 14 idle villagers. Maybe it's worth it.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm confused. There's no stone in the bank for ACCM to continue towering here. But again, like, the berries being denied is really solid. I just feel like it is kind of nice for Kasva that at least he can still get more stone if he can secure that hill again. I think it can be decent, but what I really like what ACCM did is like mill his deer, that kind of boosts his food eco. But the deer for Kasva on the left are just kind of not in the position where he can do that.
Oh, but I do like this tower that Kasva's trying to go for. But I think what you have to do here is Kasva. You can't just go for one, because like as soon as you run off one tower, guess what? ACCM is like, okay, we'll wartime. But if you drop 2 towers at the same time with like, let's go. ACCM's using 15 villagers. You also use 15 villagers, right?
But this time he does have 6 Ethiopian archers with fletching here, so at least it's going to be more costly for ACCM to do this. But yeah, the archers will also go down pretty quickly. The scout's getting a pick on the goal there. What a messy game, Shadow. What have you done? What have you created?
ACCM. I've done this twice before, and I've never seen the Empire Wars Socotra this much of a fiesta. Like, it's been a fiesta before, but never this much of a fiesta. And I am living for it.
I do have to say, like, watching this is it's art, it's beauty. I'm so fucking happy I didn't play this against Dave, I'm not gonna lie.
Would you prefer the 11 game Showmatch or playing this once?
I think I do. I think this feels like 3 games in one, Shadow. I don't know.
I know. Oh my god. I hope both players are kind of taking this right now, enjoying it a little bit. But I personally can't say that I would be enjoying this. Kasva not really with much on gold right now. He does have 11 on stone. And it looks like both players going for a bit of a tower creep. But the thing is, I feel like Kasva's towers aren't really doing that much. ACCM's tower is really, really irritating. And the other tower's not.
Kasva's army. Kaspa's army, it's in range of the TC of ACCM and he doesn't
and
realize
all super
it.
low as well.
Oh, they took so much damage there. That's such a pain.
Oh, more villagers going down. Currently, though, Kasva with a 7 villager lead. So if he can stabilize...
honestly is surprising. Like, of course, like, defending... like, taking down the towers cost a lot of vills for ACCM, but it feels like ACCM has such a dominating position on the map, but overall, at the end of the day, Kasva has been taking good fights.
But so,
nice.
Look at this. Kasva walls in the tower. Walls and the vills are inside the tower. And that's going to be -5 villagers. -5 life. Pretty much at this point.
That is a very big minus. Oh, he's
forcing
not
the
repairing the
repairs.
house though.
Oh, come on, Scott. Oh no. And now Kasva trying to quick wall it, but he doesn't manage it. It looks like the villagers and the scouts are just going to whack on the 2 villagers there. But I gotta mention here that ACCM has an hour and 30 idle economy time at 14 minutes. Kasva with 27 minutes. Okay, I need to calm down a little bit. I am losing the plot slightly. I think these 2 players might also be losing the plot a little bit. But military better for Kasva, 13-5. Villager count though, almost even again, 35 to 32 in favor of Kasva.
And like farms are just non-existent, but I do have to say that the map is so good for Kasva in a sense because there's golds on the back there. He's trying to scout the left-hand side, but the left-hand side is just a desert. There's nothing but a bunch of trees.
Neither player
Oh,
actually
boy.
having a market just yet either, which I'm a little bit surprised by when you're having these messy tower wars. I feel like you might have to buy a bit of stone at some point. And so almost all the stone on the map is mined, except for a 2-tile at the back of ACCM's base and that 2-tile in the middle. And that's really unfortunate for Kasva long term, especially as Koreans, you want to get to those war, or at least have the option of going war wagons.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like at the end of the day, like not only does Kasva has a veil lead, but he also actually has military presence on the field. So he basically controls the rest of the map, which honestly contains quite a bit of the goal too. The only thing that's kind of a bit questionable is like who gets the heal in the middle. Feels like very relevant for this game, but what a game! Just it's insane.
But we're gonna have to say here that ACCM has 4 on food. Kasva with at least 8, and he is dropping a marker. I think he recognizes long-term here, stone is not looking too good for him. And if he can kind of get to the castle age, get some siege out, ACCM doesn't
Shadow?
really have an answer for it.
You know what I said about Kasva at least having military on the field? Can I take that back?
I like that he's going in here. That, don't dispute at all. But did he dive the TC to get to this position?
He lost like a solid 6 military to get to this position, yes.
Kasva, what you doing? I know he's trying to get a villager.
Look at
pick, but,
HB.
like, oh, that's another 3. That's 2 archers left, and ACCM loses a scout. He also might lose a
the
villager.
scout.
Okay. I don't think it was worth it, but it could have been worse.
It could have been worse, but the main issue with this is like there's no military presence whatsoever anymore from Kasva, and now ACCM actually does have the archers. Kasva does have the market down now though. Let's see if there's some market match. Actually, Kasva
Almost castle
clicking
age.
up to Castle Age.
And ACCM, he's got 7 on food with 58 in the bank, and he'll be able to get in the sloppy seconds of the market abuse if he does decide to market. Not to mention Kasva has 3 really nicely positioned towers, which will help protect the gold villages. The only risk here, I think, is if Kasva doesn't manage to wall this out, and then the archers have a bit of fun in the back of his base. But yeah, Kasva already on it. Maybe a little bit on the later end, but he will then be able to wall behind that as well. So I think Kasva's got this. As long as he drops a siege workshop, kills all of the towers. I think I think Skirms is definitely the route to go with the long-term gold access. Looking at this for both players, I think going Skirms and then eventually crossbow is the way to go.
I think the most annoying part here for ACCM is that all Kasva towers will also become guard towers because he is Koreans at the end of the day.
So true. And you're getting Bodkin anyway. It looks like ACCM may be looking to drop another tower over here. Maybe to deny this goal. He's actually going for the... Okay. Even though Kasva is going to be counter-towering it, I love this tower from ACCM. Yes, it's ballsy. Yes, it could cost him everything. But it denies all 3 golds temporarily. The only thing is that I don't think he realizes Kasva is up otherwise. Again, I don't think he would have dropped it realizing that the Koreans get guard tower.
I think it's really nice because it forces Kasva to send his veils out there because otherwise he loses his only gold. But it was just too late. The archers weren't exactly in position when the tower started being built.
Look at that gold, that food price, 165. The villagers,
oh boy.
Oh my god. The villagers from ACCM still trying to find any more value, and Kasva almost manages to pull that in.
Oh, that was good effort.
Kasva though almost with a villager lead whilst an age up, which it does go to show a lot about the game presence at the moment for both players. The thing is though that ACCM does have this little bit of stone left, and with a bit of market abuse he will be able to drop a castle somewhere, and then basically if he drops a castle at a really good spot, it could be a bit unfortunate for Kasva to try and push that back with no castles and no stone.
Yeah, this is it will be tricky to push that back because then you Do you do like a battering ram push at this point? In general, like Imp feels so far away for these players right now. Farm Eco's being somewhat developed.
So
but,
I don't think we're seeing
yeah.
this is between me and you. I don't think we're seeing a TC, let alone additional farming eco or Imperial Age for either of these players at this rate. I think it's maybe
I think I have
slightly
to
more likely
agree.
for Ethiopians, but
Yeah, I got the similar vibe. ACCM is on, you know, I want to say a high farm count, but if I say 13 is a high farm count, then I don't know where we just ended.
Bloodkin already in for Kasva, and the guard towers do have the extra HP that these
This is
age
why
up.
I banned Socotra KEKW.
That is so true, Flygon. And especially if you ever see it in the Empire Wars map pool, I don't think it ever will be, based on this game. I can completely understand wanting to ban Empire War Socotra as well.
I think you just completely killed the motivation of ACCM and Kasva to ever play Empire Wars again.
Oh my god. Welcome to Red Bull Not Monolo 5, when the player wants to ever play Empire Wars ever again. Vodkin coming in for
boy.
ACCM. With this many towers, you almost want to invest into guard tower as well. The Kasva really going to be struggling to repair this without any stone access, and with no. I mean, the market price for stone also is not going to be looking so good at this point either.
Oh, the Mangonel actually gets saved there by Kasva. That was a really nice save on the Mangonel, kind of battering down the tower, but oh my goodness, this is such an annoying position to push down. Yeah, I think that's the right word.
ACCM, so it looks like it will be, I'm guessing guard tower first. I don't think this is for ballistics. I don't think you have the economy to get ballistics out there. And look at these walls from Kasva. Gonna be slowing down the knights from even getting into it, but I do think the knights will get in here, yeah. Nice repairs attempted, but it unfortunately does end up just being attempts there.
Great effort, but not really paid off.
Is this another game where I'm pretty sure Kasva was in a completely winning position and then loses?
I think Kasva is still in a solid position here, right? He's a small veil lead, has a good position on the map. I like the position on the map. I feel like the knight investment is not paying off for ACCM at all.
But then for Ethiopians, it's almost free. Like there's a couple of knights that are basically free. But we do.
Yeah, but it's still like opportunity cost, right? It does remove him from ever getting to Imperial Age or adding other options here. I feel like. Like, you need to invest in +1 defense and +2 defense before these knights can even come close to any of these towers. And if you tell me, what if they avoid the towers, then my question would be,
how?
Where are you gonna go?
Yeah, how do you avoid these towers? And I do like the Mangonel addition from ACCM. It does look like Kasva was going for Rams, but Rams don't really deal with Mangonels. I mean, guard towers maybe, though, if you have enough of them shooting arrows. Bloody hell. That Mangonel got absolutely shredded.
Can we call it the stalemate and go next? Because I feel like this is such a tricky position to push here. Like if you go Rams, they get killed by the mangoes. If you try and push with mangoes, there's just too many guard towers now.
I have not seen Empire Wars Socotra like this. Like, it's always been a messy, but it has never been like this. It's usually a player taps out pretty early once they start getting pushed in Castle Age.
Oh, this is a crucial moment though, in my opinion. Like ACCM is doing a push on this hill, and I feel like if Kasva loses his position on the hill, then suddenly the game could go very different. Because that is like 6,000 of gold and a little few pebbles of stone left in that little mine there.
There is 135 stone, which is definitely going to be crucial here. I'm not sure if that's a Kappa or non-Kappa statement. Villagers trying to be pulled to repair that Mangonel, but it's not going to happen. But another Mangonel going down for ACCM as well. Can we say that anyone's winning this, or can we just say that both players are just losing?
I think both players definitely must feel like they're losing at the end of the day. ACCM putting a bit of a veil lead here. I just feel like in ACCM's position, isn't it just better to stop investing in knights and actually start thinking about a slow, fast imp?
A slow, fast imp? You mean attempting to get to imp on 8 farms and 49 villages? But I didn't notice this, Salt. Look at the villager difference now. All of a sudden, ACCM with an 8 villager lead, and it was Kasva with a huge villager lead up until that point.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what is kind of nice for Kasva is he still has the gold on the right-hand side, and there's the gold south of his base too. He will have to deal with the towers. Rams now moving in, but the Rams won't cut it. I just don't see them work. I think you just... I know we kind of joked about people not going in, but I think with all the guard towers, we're forced in a position where someone has to go in.
One knight going down. When the knight gets converted, we might get one tower here. No, okay, maybe not.
Question mark?
Nope, and even the knight goes down because there's just too many towers here.
Oh, I love how ACCM and Garrison that tower, like, oh, I can veil fight with this, and then they realize, wait, there's 5 archers in this tower, and they just pop the mech cannon and grab the veils.
And the Mangonel here as well. My apologies to these players. I hope you'll one day forgive me for this. We do see the tower on low HP though. There is some archers in here. They are feudal archers still, but they do have the +2 defense. Okay, one tower goes down and a villager goes down from ACCM killing his own ones, but another villager going to be going down for ACCM at the same time. And ACCM buying more stone for a tower, or using his remaining stone for a tower, I'm not sure. Kasva's saving up for a castle though, and I love this.
Oh boy. That, like a castle on that hill would be so strong, but he needs to make sure it goes. If you waste that stone, oh my god, Shadow, you'll never forgive yourself.
I mean, and the other problem here is that ACM is taking the gold from underneath Kasva's nose on the right-hand side.
It was from Kasva, just walling out the 2 knights north. What a save. That would have been a disaster. There's no army to save these vills. He actually would have been denied wood if that happened.
Kasva with 1 on food currently. At least ACCM with the 10 on food. And lots of repairing villages.
Just take the berries, oh my god. Oh.
Underneath 3 towers, I can definitely see it happening. 1 tower going down for Kasva. I didn't realize we were going to be playing tower defense, but tower defense is a very fun game. Castle on that hill, though, as you're talking about, Salt. The only problem I can see here for Kasva right now is that this gold on the right-hand side is not going to be able to be contested for the moment. Oh, another villager.
And it kind of weakens the whole right-hand side of his base too, what ACCM is doing right now. And there's a lot of eco there. Like, this is really good for Kasva because he does secure like the 2 golds and the smallish wood lines and some stuff, but it is a little bit dicey, and the veil difference is getting bigger and bigger as ACCM is 14 vills ahead.
The 3 Mangonels come as 14 vills, but 16 villages ahead for ACCM. The villagers are going to get this castle up, but they're gonna be so many losses. This is the OG Dark Castle. It's the castle that you do get up, but you lose so much getting it up that you have to question whether or not it was worth it.
I mean, it is a really good position, and he is Korean, so at least he can make wall wagons in theory, but there's already Mangonels out. It's just all a little bit iffy.
Kasva has 27 wood and 0 on wood. Don't think that you can afford a wall wagon, let alone multiple wagons. Although, in theory, if you can get a couple of wagons out and there's not 2 monks in the field like ACCM is already building, they could get pretty good value.
Like, the whole issue right now is that the only units ACCM has out right now actually kind of deal with wall wagons, that being Mangonels and monks. That was next. He's gonna make some skirms and that's it.
ACCM's thinking of rams, and I think if we can use Kasva as an example here, don't know if rams are the play.
I think Kasva should just have like 1 or 2 Mangonels behind that castle, and that castle will never go down against rams. And especially if ACCM is not stacking them up but selling them like this, then
yeah, and it completely gives it away. Now he knows, okay, my opponent's gonna make some rams, and honestly, you can even with the castle that you can consider just vill fighting it. I mean, as we do see Kasva sending the boys and the girls to kill that ram, which will get exactly 0 value. The problem here is long-term gold access is at least like a tiny bit in favor of ACCM taking that 4 tile from Kasva. 1 Mangonel are going down the front. And the thing is, ACCM and Kasva both have to be everywhere in this game.
Yeah, but ACCM actually has something that resembles a little bit of a farming eco, although lots of it is idle right now. Like, Kasva just hasn't been able to add vills over the last couple of minutes, and you're noticing that in his eco. 23 vills behind. He has the position in the middle, but that's all Kasva has at this point.
then that Mangonel might go down to the tower as well. Ballistics, I actually didn't notice this, but even ACCM managing to get ballistics here on top of everything else. Might lose a ram. Oh no, doesn't lose a Mangonel, sorry. Oh my god.
So,
forgive me for I have sinned is all I'm going to say about this game.
it's just kind of like, if this was King of the Hill, then maybe Kasva had a shot, right? But how is he gonna get off that little hill now? I just don't see. I don't see the unit composition he will be going for. He's making a wild wagon, but I think he's better off making an additional Mangonel or something. It's just a little bit dicey.
I almost think that Kasva needs to drop a TC just so it's away from here near the castle and just make it into farms. Like, no, it's not good, but with the complete lack of farming economy here, you have to wonder what Kasva's long-term plan is.
I have no clue what that would be. Like, it's just so tricky at this point. But I kind of agree. Like, if he just gets set up something that somewhat resembles an eco, then at least he can just throw stuff at his opponent and maybe just can overrun it eventually.
Oh, don't
sure, the guard towers are a pain.
Kasva losing another villager. I don't know if that was to his own Mangonel shot finishing it off, or if that was a TC finishing it off. TC going down. And the funny thing here is that both players obviously have pretty crap trash options late game as well.
Wow, and now Kasva is going for the TC on the gold of ACCM, where the guard tower also is.
I don't like this. I understand this TC, but I don't think I like it. Because a few Mangonel and the guard tower goes down, and then the TC goes down behind it.
I think you just have to buy more stone and make a second guard tower so you actually hold that position.
Then we've seen ACCM with the constant repair micro here completely showing that he's more than capable of dealing with 2 guard towers.
Yeah. But maybe if he does that a Mangonel himself, like this is such a crucial position, right? Like this is why he has gold, this is why he's developing eco, and ACCM is realizing that Tune is going for the guard tower, the wild wagons are diving, that there's some knights nearby. Is it gonna work? Is it not gonna work?
The Mangonel's gonna go down in the meantime to those 3 knights that we didn't think were gonna get that much value. There are 4 monks in the field for ACCM. And I think the way that Kasva makes this go from I'm gonna say give him a 30% chance of winning to a 0% chance is by giving more wagons away for free because they're so expensive.
Yeah. Luckily, the monks are on the absolute opposite end of the map there. But yeah, Kasva is just never really able to develop more eco. Like he's constantly hovering around the same build count. Whatever he builds up, he loses again.
Kasva, garrison the builds, garrison the builds, garrison the builds. What are you doing? Oh, I think he's just overwhelmed. Losing another
there's so much going on, right?
villagers underneath the TC while he's actually fighting there at the same time. Repair villager there for ACCM as well. That is so annoying. And the villagers just getting sick of this and trying to kill the ram. I think ACCM has this game.
Very shortly though, ACCM will be out of gold. There's like 400 gold left in the north, and then all the gold left on the map will be there at Kasva's TC.
Yeah, but how long does this TC last?
I'll give it a solid 2.5 minutes.
2.5? Okay, I like the optimism. There is 23 mils for Kasva, 63 for ACCM. So not just doubling, but almost tripling your numbers here. ACCM even getting +1 defense on these Ethiopian knights. And I feel like if Kasva makes some monks here, he could potentially just about make this work. He has 1 monk in the field.
Yeah, it's in the tower there.
He gets all 3 of the knights, only loses 1 Mangonel. I think that was actually pretty clutch. And now unemployment for ACCM going up by about 5%.
More like by 50%. That's the thing is, like, in one way, this is a very close game, and every little win and loss really matters. But at the same time, it's like so messy and so slow paced that losing the 3 knights also it matters a lot. But at the same time, it feels like it barely matters or something. It doesn't really set anything into movement.
And the thing is, though, like even though Kasva obviously has denied the gold, he can't take it because of the guard tower. which is such a
Yeah.
pest. Like, I mean, maybe you can try and send a couple of mangonels over there, and actually maybe even consider walling them in to stop the the knights from sniping them. I hear more villagers dying. I don't know whose they are, but I just know they're dying.
In the middle, ACCM, just casual cast alive. Another mangonel going down for Kasva 2. I feel like not only the players are suffering at this point, I'm starting to suffer, like trying to keep up with everything happening in this game. I just don't see a close end, but at the same time, it feels like 24 bills for Kasva. How?
I mean, the 20 minutes of ILTC time in a 48-minute game might not help, and the 0 on food. Look, when I first did the Empire Wars Socotra format, the first 2 times were over within, I think, 15 minutes? This is the longest one and most painful by far. And I feel so bad for these players. And they still have 1 game after this, I have to remind you guys. But Castle has 3 relics, that's basically what? Is that 3 villages worth of gold, or is that 1 or 2?
No, it's something like 3 or 4, I believe. And also, majority of the
Mox.
relics. There's also the last relic in the middle.
Garrison, yes,
one in
and
the
the
south.
monk's gonna get killed by the castle, and that's 3 monks? That's actually, not even kidding, that's huge in some ways, but then more villages
That
going
is
down.
pretty significant for these low pop games.
Kasva down to 22.
Oh my god.
ACCM with 20
literally,
idols,
ACCM has as much idols as Kasva has villagers. Like, I feel like Kasva should just put out like an advert, like looking for
Help
villagers that
wanted.
actually want to work, and yeah.
Oh
it's just,
no, and this TC, as you said, 2.5 minutes. I think your 2.5 minute analysis there was accurate. As we see more villages for Kasva going down. He's down to 20 vills. And the ram is engaging on the town center. The knight's annoying the villager. But the knight will go down, which means now the villagers can repair this and be annoying, but is it winning? We see Leica being teched.
add your resources, and it says you have 14 on wood, 0 on food, 0 on gold, 0 on stone. I start getting worried.
And this is the, I think, 4th game I felt like Kasva had a winning position, to at least some level. ACCM pulled something out of the hat and really made it messy.
Okay, so now Ethiopian let's go.
Oh no, that must be game up. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. What a game, Shadow. You've created a monstrosity, not gonna lie.
I'm so sorry to these 2 players. That must have been awful. But it was kind of entertaining to watch and cast.
It was very fascinating. Like, it went so quickly in the early game, and then suddenly there was like the whole guard tower stalemate, and what a fiesta.
Oh man, I feel like Kasva again had a chance to win this game and just couldn't quite find the damage he needed to in that early castle. Because he even had a villager lead in early castle, but then he had no farming economy and kind of fell behind in the mangonel production. Yes, the castle on the hill was nice, but his entire front economy was open. Maybe we could argue a few tiles over in that castle does a little bit more, but then there were towers there. Like, what do you do?
It was just really rough, and I think ACCM did it really well, kind of brute forcing it. Like, you remember how many vills ACCM actually was behind after all that action, and there was so much military for Kasva, but yet he managed to pull it back. That was crazy.
So we have Kasva in the blue playing as the Celts. Relatively decent map actually. Stones a little bit exposed on the left hand side, but you've got the stone map here quite nice. Main gold and secondary golds also in relatively okay positions. Again, a golden swamp, you do actually have a little bit more gold than you do on most other gold maps. And then ACCM having both of his golds over here may be a little bit unfortunate. But both of the stones also over here and the gold here. But they are sort of more protected by these wood lines. I honestly think ACCM has the better map here. But if Kasva recognizes that both stones are in one area, we could possibly see a trush coming forward from Kasva. And I do think or even the Celt Siege Push coming from this side, if you haven't already collected stone for a Crepost, what are you meant to do here as ACCM to protect this right-hand side? Some of the best matches you've ever been in that have been casted are complete clusterfucks like that one. I mean, forecast. Well, I think is Rob. He's been playing, in my opinion, he's been playing really well until Castle Age, and like even to late Castle Age. And then a lot of the games he's not able to close it out from what I've seen. And ACCM, I feel like he's one of those players that you can't give an inch to going towards Imperial Age. And then as soon as he gets that inch, he takes a mile, and then he wins. That's kind of how I feel like most of these games have been going. But we will see how Kasva wants to play this. I also think that a lot of these Civ matchups have been a little bit unfortunate for Kasva. Kasva, I think against I hope he doesn't. He's such a, like, honestly, Kasva, both Kasva and ACCM have been so incredibly kind. Behind the scenes, they're so receptive. They're so quick to answer back when it comes to any questions or something they have for this show match. Like, so I really hope that they've both at least somewhat enjoyed their time throughout this. Top 30 versus top 10. I did ask, I think I asked ACCM first. I asked Kasva second, and Kasva did check who he would be most likely up against. I think Kasva can easily play top 15. I'm 100% honest. I don't necessarily think that he's even playing bad tonight either. Kasva, don't do it. It does react just in time, only taking a small amount of damage on these scouts. ACCM coming towards the Rhinos. Rhinos are allowed to be lamed if he wants. Don't think it's going to be necessary though. I actually was expecting Kasva to go for the Drush, but ACCM is the one going for the Drush. And normally as Celts, like you often do see the Celt Drush. It did used to be a lot stronger when the Celts had the movement speed bonus in Dark Age. But I do wonder if going for the dock here is the best plan. 2 militia in the queue for ACCM, 2 villagers kind of exposed over here for Kasva. And the militia will be able to idle any fishing ships that come out. ACCM also going for some walls on this left-hand side. Love to see it. I think that these walls are huge. But there is this villager that's a little bit exposed. Kasva probably will recognize this and start harassing that villager. Or we could just have a just passing moment. Maybe not really wanting to try and force that or lose any scout HP. I don't think Kasva saw the barracks going up though. And it looks like Kasva wanted to go for a Drush after the dock. Maybe this is a touch greedy. Maybe this is meta arms. Maybe some quick balls will come down for Kasva. And he about to keep both of these villagers alive. Oh, and really nice house block there as well. Which actually means that the fishing ships here can safely take these fish. At least this one fish. Without being harassed. Kasva about to click up to Feudal Age. And the Drush for ACCM not really achieving a whole lot. And all of a sudden, Kasva's position not looking too bad. Now ACCM will be able to eventually get to the next age himself. And Kasva's scout gets walled in. That's not what you want to happen in the final game of a 9 game show match. But he's at least going to have the militia coming out and soon to be men at arms. And he's got this fishing ship that is relatively safe if it moves forward a tiny bit. And ACCM doesn't have fishing economy. Let's see what Kasva can pull off here. Does he go for like a 4 men at arms play? The funny thing is if Kasva sends them forward straight away, ACCM is still going to be in Dark Age, and these Dark Age walls absolutely get destroyed by Feudal Age men at arms. And Kasva's going forward straight away. He might even try and rescue his scout. That one villager there is still sitting there. Let's see, does ACCM notice? He doesn't see that the barracks has been ungarrisoned. Kasva actually going home with the militia, or maybe waiting to go forward with 4. I would think it's a mistake to stay home here. This scout and the 3 militia are not really doing a whole lot of damage to Kasva right now. I would love to see those militia tapping on those walls already for ACCM. That palisade wall getting quite weak actually, but now getting repaired. The militia kind of is standing there doing nothing. Maybe Kasva a little bit distracted. He is walling his woodline in, very nice touch, and he's got this half walled as well. Where are the militia? They're heading. No, don't do it. Kasva, go forward. I feel like going home with the men-at-arms is such a mistake, especially if you invest into 4 men-at-arms. Even going for a second dock, he's not scouting his opponents on water, so the second dock also probably going to be a bit of a mistake. And the scout getting quite a bit of value there for ACCM, at least idling the fishing ship and slowly getting it weaker and weaker. And ACCM actually adding more militia. Wasn't expecting more militia to be coming out, but it could end up working out, and we do see the crocodile attacking the militia, and the men-at-arms doing a bit of a pincer move against the militia. But 4 men-at-arms against 3 militia, not really a close situation. And the crocodile goes down as well. So good trade there for Kasva. But more militia being added for ACCM. He's actually going for another 5 in total. What value can he get out of these is my question. It does look like he's clicked off. I honestly can't tell with Catray doing a bit of a loom glitch here. So it's going to be 5 men-at-arms. It looks like ACCM just wants to brute force a bit of fights. Yeah, I feel like if Kasva had sent forward those 4 men-at-arms, he would have been in such a better spot there than keeping them at home. And once he sees the additional men-at-arms being added, what do you do in that situation? I feel like you have to go archers. Maybe you can force ACCM into skirmishes. In the second dock though, we do have a fire out. And Kasva's looking for fishing eco, but there's no fishing eco to be found. But he will at least get to roast a man-at-arms temporarily, and a villager coming forward for ACCM. Either looking for a forward dock or something else. The men-at-arms don't really do that much damage against the fireship, but the fireship takes too long to kill them. And yeah, coming forward for a dock for ACCM. Kasva with 4 fishing ships, and ACCM is just going to want to add probably 2 fires. Try and slap some fish and call it a day, to be honest. ACCM even adding a spear to add a bit more bulk to his army. He'd probably even get +1 defense. He already got forging in. But +1 defense for his inventory as well would make it really tough to actually clean up the men-at-arms and the spear. Where are Kasva's ones? Kasva's ones still in defense. Feels like just a bit of a strange play building the 4 men-at-arms. You actually see another 2 being added for Kasva. Both players just going for lots of men-at-arms at the moment. And the advantage here in some ways is to Kasva because he can choose what fight he wants to take. But ACCM does have forging in. And ACCM's not patrolling, so he will take a couple of hits in first. This should be a pretty one-sided fight in favor of Kasva. But quite a few of Kasva's men-at-arms also going down. No small part in due to the forging upgrade coming in. Kasva, though, with lots of fishing economy, and he's even adding more. He's now going for 3 more fire ships. The problem with Golden Swamp is there really isn't that many fish on this map. So you have to be careful not to overinvest. I don't think I'd go any more than 7 fishing ships. But it does, that 7 fishing ships is the difference in villages currently in favor of Kasva. I do like that ACCM is repairing the stock, but Kasva stationing the 1 fire galley and soon to be 3 men-at-arms here as well. I think we need to get that villager repairing the fire ship though, but it is building a house in the forward area. The men-at-arm actually chasing the fishing ship. Normally, speed-wise, it's not even close. I do have to wonder if going 3 docks here is a little bit excessive, but Kasva is almost up to the castle age himself, and with a significant eco lead. ACCM is up only by about 10 seconds earlier. No one on stone just yet, so we won't see Krapos anytime soon. Men-at-arms trying to get into that pesky villager. but the dock will be slowly going down to those fire ships at the same time. ACCM is adding more fire ships, but I don't know how much more investment either player wants to make into water. It does mean that you can control the middle though. That is the advantage of controlling water, but Kasva, not with any walls at home, living a little bit dangerously here in my opinion. And that one villager is completely idled there for ACCM. Kasva though does have these fire ships, and eventually you can then use them to poke walls, holes into these walls from ACCM. Question is, what does Kasva do next age? Like, you don't really want to be doing Celt Knights in this situation, especially not against Bulgarian Knights. You don't really want to do crossbow at this point. Maybe defensive boom with monks is an option. I actually think that could be the play here. And now the one villager from ACCM is going to get absolutely roasted and clobbered by the fire ships and men-at-arms, even walling in slightly. The scout over there from ACCM did die. Sorry, from Kasva did die. And ACCM actually adding a demo ship. I don't think this demo ship is being added to kill these fire ships. I think it's actually going to be used to try and get a good shot on the fishing ships, and it will pop out though. It probably will actually kill maybe one fire ship and a few men-at-arms, but it doesn't complete before it goes down at 98%. The doubt demo ship. And now Kasva sees the knights. What's his response? No land military being added. No spears being made. Spears now being added. We will see +1 defense in soon. Kasva almost with the economy to go to Imperial Age here. 1k food in the bank, 500 gold. And that is partly due to that additional fishing eco he did add earlier. So it is kind of paying off, and he's walling these off really nicely. And then he can just garrison the TC with the remaining villagers. Question is, what does Kasva do right now? And he looks like he's going for knights, but Celt Knights not really the best unit here. See, +1 defense coming in for Kasva, ACCM only with +1 defense and the forging upgrade in for these knights. Oh, and bloodlines of course. A pikeman coming in for Kasva, and forging and war galleys. So it will be, these fire ships will become fire galleys. The knights will try and raid the fishing ships. The good news is for Kasva though is that these fishing ships have already paid off, taking most of the fishing up, and they can kind of make it tricky for Kasva, sorry, for ACCM to kill them by popping into one of these smaller little ponds. Oh no, Hung DK. I hope that he wasn't upset by it. The intention of this show match isn't to make anyone, you know, feel bad about the game. So I honestly think Kasva's been playing really solid. I don't necessarily think it's Kasva playing poorly. I just think that ACCM is playing absolutely beastly and kind of forcing it into games that he's more comfortable with. Knight's going to be getting a pikeman over there. The problem with pikeman is it's a very defensive upgrade. You have to respect the map control from your opponent. Second TC going down for Kasva. Villager almost getting killed from those 3 knights, but will be saved. Kasva needs to, we'll quick wall in the gold here. The funny thing is these fire ships are getting so much value by roasting the horses. Look at them go. 3-vil lead for ACCM currently, but long-term economy so far has been better for Kasva. But ACCM is on stone, so he is thinking of Krepos. I think Krepos in this sort of matchup can be absolutely huge, but Kasva could actually cause ACCM some issues by getting him housed here, possibly. Third TC being added for Kasva. And where did his food go? He had so much food just before. It looks like he will get 1 conversion surely. I was gonna say, he must get 1 conversion with how long that's been charging the faith there. I hear another monk somewhere, I don't see it. Where is that? Oh, he was converting the fire galley. That doesn't mean it doesn't have any faith though for the 2 knights that are coming towards his base, and the fire ships did manage to make a hole in ACCM's base. but Monk gets to hide away pretty quickly. And as ACCM is on 3 TCs already, it's kind of hard to find much value right now. 20 on food for ACCM. Only 16 on food for Kasva right now. Oh, and the cheeky little wall in from ACCM. That's got a sting. And he even gets the conversion pretty quickly so he doesn't snipe the Monk there. Gets all 4 of those knights, not really taking any damage in the meantime. Siege Workshop coming somewhat forward for Kasva. Feel like you need more pikes before going for this forward position. And then ACCM is just looking to get towards a castle. But he did get pretty badly housed thanks to those 2 houses going down. Kasva actually now exceeding the Vill lead. Exceeding in villages either. But there is 1 monk in the field for ACCM. It looks like there's 4 monks in the field for Kasva though, so the conversions should be in favor of Kasva. And the thing is here for ACCM though, he does see the siege rush coming forward at least. But Bulgarians actually get pretty decent monks. I don't like these diving with the knight. I think the knight's gonna get converted. Actually doesn't get converted. But Crepo is coming forward here for ACCM. Can Kasva deny it? I don't think so. Unless he gets a couple of conversions. I think he can slow it down though with the monks. And that could be pretty impressive here. We hear the Wallows coming in. We see at least 1 villager getting converted. But ACCM knows, like, you need to send quite a few villagers to get this Krepos up. So he sends quite a few villagers. War pikemen being added, still not even +1 defense on these pikes yet. I think it's going to be another 2 or 3 villagers down for ACCM. But it is 100% worth it. Mangonel coming out though, but we get the 2 villagers for 1 shot. 3rd villager special going down. But the Crepo is at 82%. It will probably go up pretty soon. But the fire ship's killing more villagers on the way. Pikemen tapping away at the villager, and it's fast as well. And Kasva, castle drops. Oh, that's actually perfect for Kasva. It could not have gone better. Denying the Krapos #1, killing 10 villagers #2, getting a castle on the main area. Kasva is hungry for a win here. We see a 4 TC for ACCM, so he will start catching back up in villager numbers. And he does have the better farming economy. But the castle here for Kasva is absolutely beautiful. This this Krapos won't last very long against all the pikes out for here. One thing to note though is that ACCM does have the free longsword upgrade and free upgrades in general for those militia line units. Looks like ACCM... No! It's too late. Don't go for it. Don't do it. ACCM, what are you doing? There's a castle there. Okay, he's going for a Krepos here. Do we like this? I think you almost have to delete the fire ships, although the conversions are on the pikes. Still no +1 defense for Kasva's infantry, though I feel like that's getting quite significantly of a problem. We do see quite a few knights here for Kasva, though. Quite a few pikes as well. The Krepos goes up. More villagers going down for ACCM. The thing is that you can just keep the pikes and the knights underneath this area to some level. There is a siege workshop here you have to be a little bit careful of, especially for scorpions. But honestly, if I'm ACCM, sorry, if I'm Kasva here, I think about going to Imp and just getting a couple of trebs out. ACCM not gonna have these stone on the Krepos for quite a while. Might need to consider deleting this secondary Krepos pretty soon. And I'd love that Kasva just built 1 stone gate here, because it makes it so tricky. Even a second one over here, it makes it so tricky to go up. I don't think it matters that much if it goes up, but it does delay gold economy for Kasva. Ram coming out for Kasva. Maybe a bit of market abuse could be justified to get Imperial Age in. But ACCM with solid economy behind this. Kasva, oh, that's risky. I don't think he can get away with that. Against position on castle, ACCM hangs on a build eco in the Roxy and Imperial. that really is the story here, Philip, right? And that's kind of what I'm worried will happen again this game. That being said, I think Kasva's lead this game is larger than it has been in the previous games. It's a defensive castle at home, so not only has he secured the gold in the middle, he's securing the golden stone at home. He's got 2 TCs over here, which makes it really hard to push with knights alone. Knights and siege maybe, but you don't really want to commit to that much to castle age pressure, in my opinion, at 35 minutes. And then Kasva also has this defensive position over here. I think the loss condition here for Kasva right now is possibly not the best wood lines. We do see Imperial Age in for Kasva, 1 minute 40 on the clock. ACCM idling his production, not his TCs, to get to Imperial Age here. It will be about a 2-minute advantage for Kasva though. And with 2 castles on the field, plenty of pikemen I think should be added. We do see a couple of loads. Don't really see much military being made right now. I think it's a bit of a mistake from Kasva. And I feel like ACCM kind of forcing Kasva to react. Good quick balls though. And if you can get 2 conversions here, that's huge. 1 conversion is decent. If you could have got 2, that would have been huge. It looks like he's going to go for the wall, and I don't think it's going to happen in time. But he at least gets, what was it, 3 conics down? 1 of which was converted. Looks like 1 knight is even stonewalling at home, so it will be very hard to push him. The only thing is here is it will have bought him time. And Kasva doesn't have a unit composition that I can see that he's going for right now. He's just got a bit of an AI army. We do see ACCM getting the +2 defense coming in right now for infantry. It is looking like a champion switch. See Halberdier in for Kasva. Again, the issue here is that Bulgarian's absolutely beastly on the infantry. We do see a castle being added at home, which will eventually be for Briganes for those beastly 2-handed swords. We do see long swords being added now. Does Kasva see these long... He doesn't see the barracks yet. The vision ship was slightly more forward, he would see it. We do have scorpions being added though already for Kasva, so maybe this is his way of dealing with the inventory. Go for Scorpion Halb. I actually queued Halb, I think. Because he had Halb in the queue, and he doesn't really have any military coming out except for a trap, but I'm a little bit confused right now. It feels like Kasva has it in position and needs to do something. +2 defense coming in for infantry. It looks like Woads are being added, so it will be Elite Woad Raider after Kasva sees all these barracks going down. I think that's absolutely the right call here. The Ram actually going to be engaging on the crab post. It has got some Woads in it. Castle Age Woads so kind of suck, is the one concern I have here for Kasva. They are still only just getting the +2 defense in. We do see more fire ships being added for Kasva though, trying to really hold this middle position. I actually quite like the addition of a couple of fire ships and quite a bit of forward production here. Could be wiped up by a couple of traps. More scorpions being added for Kasva. Problem is, Elite Woad is so expensive. I still don't think... I think Elite Woad with scorpions behind it, especially if you get to the upgrades, can deal very well with most of what the Bulgarians are going to be sending here, at least at this point in the game. The issue I'm worried about for Kasva right now is that the Elite Woads, even once they've got elites, once they've got all the attack upgrades and defense upgrades that they're missing here, they're still going to struggle against Brigane's 2-handed swordsman. See the +4 attack coming in for these 2-handed swordsmen. Problem is for ACCM is that he is starting to run out of gold. He's got about, from the looks of things, I'm gonna say 3,000 gold in his base. Now, honestly, Golden Swap is a little bit more forgiving for this than other maps are. We do see Kasva trying to get a bit of value with these knights. So we get sniping at least 1 monk. We did see ACCM getting 2 relics. Kasva also with 2 relics at home. Couple of monks actually on the right hand side of Kasva's base. Looks like they got a few conversions. And ACCM, I love what he's done here. He's stonewalled his side of the base. So both players going for some stonewalls. And it was actually demos being added as well for Kasva. If you're playing against ACCM here, you can't go in this middle position without some sort of range. Surely not. Like, there's too many of these here. Woad Raiders still castle age Woad Raiders low. We do see all defense upgrades teched for them. We do see Iron Casting coming in. Second castle at home for Kasva, 3 in total, and the Trebs are engaging on the castle. The problem here for Kasva is that these need to be very careful not to get lose their value. Looks like a couple of holy men though did get killed by the by the demo ship there. We do have 4 traps to Kasva attack. Okay, it looks like I think 1 trap will go down, but the castle goes down for ACCM, and the knights are all over ACCM's eco. Kasva is defending at home. He's got a couple of hikes, but look at how long they take to kill those two-handed swordsmen. But the wards come in, and this could be the final blow. Because the thing is, ACCM can't really do much here with the demos, the scorpions, and the fire ships. Can't really do much here. Oh my god, the ward's gonna eat so many villagers. Kasva looking like he can click elite ward raid at any minute now with that food and gold flow. 27 wards in the field, 36 two-handed swordsman. The two-handed swordsman will win in a one-on-one fight, but it is not looking good for ACCM right now. And Kasva looks like he's in a really good position to win this game. A 10 on food for ACCM, buying more food. Look at that, 204 gold for 100 food. That can't be a nice trade. And look at this, more warrior raids over here. The warriors having still only the 10 attackers. They have not been upgraded just yet. And look, this Kasva even reacting at home, stonewalling more at home. I think all it's missing here is a bit of masonry or architecture to make it even harder for these walls to go down. I don't know if Celts get fortified wall, but 4 on food for ACCM. 800 stone in the bank, but what are you going to use it for? It does look like Kasva's numbers, though, very lacking now. And he needs something to deal with these 200 swordsmen. The 200 swordsmen with Brigade is just a strictly better unit. But look at that villager difference, 40 vills in favor of Kasva. Kasva taking the final game of this series. It was 7-2. I think Kasva played really well. I think ACCM played even better. What an amazing show match. Thank you so much to both of these players. I hope they had as much fun playing as I did casting.